Looking back now, I can see all the little threads that led me to that gate. The decisions I made, the shortcuts I took, the way I brushed off that prickle of unease, they all wove together into the tapestry of the worst day of my life. I was 27 then, full of that particular brand of youthful confidence that tells you nothing truly bad can happen to you. I was an assistant park ranger, stationed out in the Redwood National Park. Most of my job was pretty mundane: trail maintenance, guiding tour for wide-eyed tourists, picking up litter, and sometimes responding to calls about lost hikers. It was good work, honest work, and I loved the silence of the ancient trees. This particular Tuesday morning, I was supposed to be doing a routine perimeter check on the east side of the park, near an old, rarely used logging road that bordered private property. It was technically part of my assigned patrol area, but it was so out of the way, so overgrown, that most rangers just signed off on it without bothering to drive the whole loop. I usually did too, to be honest, but that day something felt different. Maybe it was the crisp, almost too still air, or the way the sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting strange, shifting patterns on the forest floor. Or maybe it was just a nagging sense of duty. Whatever it was, I decided to do a thorough check. I loaded my usual gear into the beat-up Ford Ranger: a first aid kit, a gallon of water, some trail mix, a radio that rarely had service out there, and my trusty hunting knife strapped to my belt. It wasn't exactly a weapon, more for cutting away stubborn vines or opening stubborn cans, but it was a comfort to have. I told my supervisor, Frank, I was heading out, and he just grunted, probably already thinking about his coffee break. No big deal, just another Tuesday. The gravel road quickly gave way to a barely discernible track, overgrown with ferns and moss. The redwood giants here were even older, their sheer mass blocking out most of the sky. It felt like driving through a green tunnel, the air damp and smelling of rich earth and decaying leaves. After about 40 minutes of slow going, the track ended abruptly at a fence line. This was the boundary of the park, and beyond it was private land, or at least that's what the map said. But this wasn't just a simple wire fence. It was a gate, not just any gate either. It was an iron gate, tall and imposing, wrought with dark, swirling patterns that looked almost like skeletal tree branches. It was old, clearly hand-forged and swallowed by the surrounding wilderness. Moss clung to its bars, and thick vines as old as the gate itself snaked around the rusted hinges, binding it shut. There was no lock, no sign, just a heavy, silent barrier that seemed to guard nothing but more forest. I'd heard rumors about this section, about an old, abandoned hunting lodge, but I'd never seen the gate before. It wasn't on any of our patrol maps either. I cut the engine, and the sudden silence was profound. No chirping birds, no rustling leaves, no distant hum of traffic, just the soft click of the engine cooling. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring, the kind that feels unnatural, even in the heart of a redwood forest. I got out of the truck, the crunch of my boots on the gravel sounding abnormally loud. A shiver ran down my spine, despite the mild air. This wasn't the peaceful quiet I usually enjoyed. This was something else. This was a silence that felt like it was listening. And that's when I heard it, or rather, didn't hear it. For a split second after the crunch of my boots stopped, the silence deepened. It was as if the world held its breath, and every ambient sound, the creak of the old gate, the whisper of the wind through the massive trees, even the subtle thrumming of my own blood in my ears, simply vanished. Then, just as quickly, it was back. A trick of the mind, I told myself, just the quiet playing games with my perception. But the hair on my arms stood up anyway. This was the first hint, the first crack in the ordinary, and I should have turned back right then. I told myself it was just the isolation playing tricks. My own mind, primed by the unusual quiet and the imposing gate, conjuring up phantom phenomena. But the prickle of unease didn't subside. If anything, it deepened, wrapping itself around me like the cold fog that sometimes rolled in from the coast. Every instinct screamed at me to get back in the truck, to turn around and sign off on the perimeter check as all clear, nothing to report. Frank wouldn't bat an eye. No one ever checked this far out. This place didn't exist on paper, not really. But then the other part of me, the park ranger part, kicked in. The part that took pride in thoroughness, in knowing every inch of my assigned territory. This gate was here, and it wasn't on the maps. That alone was a problem. It represented a blind spot, a potential security risk, or at the very least, an anomaly that needed documenting. And if there were rumors of an old hunting lodge, maybe this was the way to it. My job wasn't just to pick up litter. It was to understand and protect the park. How could I do that if I deliberately ignored something like this? I took a deep breath, trying to push past the irrational fear. Just take a look, I murmured to myself, the sound swallowed instantly by the oppressive quiet. Just see what's on the other side, nothing more. I walked slowly towards the gate, my boots making dull thuds on the moss-covered earth. Up close, it was even more formidable. The iron was thick, pitted with rust, but still incredibly strong. The swirling patterns weren't just decorative. They seemed to writhe, like tortured roots or skeletal fingers reaching out. They were disturbingly organic, despite being forged metal. The vines, ancient and woody, were like thick cables, woven through the iron bars and around the massive hinges. They weren't just growing on the gate, they seemed to be part of it, binding it with a suffocating grip. There was no latch, no handle, no mechanism for opening it that I could see. It was designed to simply stay shut, sealed by time and the relentless embrace of the forest. The only way through would be to force it or cut the vines. I ran my hand over the cool, rough iron, feeling the decades of rust and decay. My fingers brushed against a particularly thick vine as wide as my wrist. It felt surprisingly strong, almost petrified like bone. I pulled out my hunting knife, its blade glinting dully in the filtered light. It was a good knife, sharp and sturdy, but this was a different beast entirely. Cutting through these vines would be like trying to hack through old hardwood. I considered my options. I could climb it, but it was tall, probably 10 feet, and the iron was sharp and jagged in places. Plus, the vines were everywhere, some of them dead and brittle, others surprisingly supple. A fall here would be nasty, and I was alone, miles from anyone. My radio was useless. No signal. "All right, let's be smart about this," I whispered. My voice sounded thin, reedy, like a child S. I scanned the ground around the gate. Was there any way around it? The fence line, if it continued, was completely swallowed by the undergrowth. A thicket of thorny bushes and impenetrable ferns formed a solid wall on either side, stretching as far as I could see into the gloom. It looked like the gate wasn't just a barrier, it was the only passage. I stepped back, surveying the scene. The trees directly behind the gate were even larger, their trunks like ancient pillars disappearing into a canopy so dense it was almost night beyond them. The air was colder there, visibly so. A faint mist seemed to hang just beyond the iron bars, shimmering in the stray shafts of light. My rational mind, the part that wanted to protect the park, argued with the part that wanted to flee. What if someone else finds this? What if it's a boundary dispute? What if it's something dangerous? The nagging sense of duty was winning, bolstered by a perverse curiosity. I wasn't just a ranger, I was a person, and this was an undeniable mystery. I decided to try to clear the vines around one of the hinges. It would take time, but it seemed the most logical first step. I chose the bottom hinge on the right-hand gate, where the thickest vines seemed to be concentrated. I hunkered down, feeling the damp earth through my uniform pants. The knife felt good in my hand, a solid weight of purpose. The first few cuts were frustrating. The vines were incredibly tough, fibrous and stringy. It wasn't like cutting through fresh green growth. This was like cutting through old, dried rope interwoven with solid wood. I had to saw at them, gritting my teeth, my arm muscles straining. Sweat began to bead on my forehead despite the chill. Each time the blade bit in, a tiny shower of dry, dusty material flew up, smelling faintly of old wood and something else, something a little sour, a little like stale, unmoving air. As I worked, the profound silence pressed in on me. No birdsong, no distant insect hum, nothing. It was unnatural. Even in the deepest parts of the redwood forest, there was always some whisper of life, some rustle, some distant call. Here it was absolute. It felt as if I was performing surgery on the world, and the world was holding its breath, watching me. After what felt like an hour, but was probably only 20 minutes, I managed to sever a few of the thickest vines near the hinge. My hands were starting to ache, and a few blisters were forming on my palms from the constant friction of the knife handle. I paused, taking a sip from my water bottle, trying to ignore the frantic beat of my heart. The gate didn't budge. The remaining vines, even if thinner, were still holding it fast. It was an exercise in futility, I realized. There were too many of them, too deeply embedded. Trying to cut them all would take days, and I didn't have that kind of time or the right tools. I stood up, wiping my brow with the back of my hand. Frustration mingled with the lingering unease. I was so close, yet still locked out. I considered going back to the truck, getting a crowbar if I had one or a small saw, but that would mean driving all the way back to the ranger station, explaining why I needed specialized tools for a routine perimeter check, and probably getting laughed at by Frank. No, I had to try something else. I looked at the gate again, scrutinizing its design. It was a double gate, two halves meeting in the middle. The iron was so thick, so heavy, but there was no central lock. The only thing truly holding it was the sheer mass of the iron and the vines. What if it wasn't meant to be cut? What if it was meant to be pushed? The idea was absurd. It looked like it hadn't moved in a century, but I was out of ideas, and I had come this far. I chose the right-hand gate again. It was closer to me. I grabbed one of the thick, rusted vertical bars, bracing my feet on the mossy ground. I took another deep breath, trying to summon strength I wasn't sure I had. Here goes nothing, I mumbled and pushed. I leaned into it with all my weight, grunting with effort. For a moment, nothing happened. My muscles strained, my boots skidded slightly on the damp moss. And then, with a groan that seemed to echo through the very bedrock of the forest, the gate moved. It wasn't a smooth, easy swing. It was a slow, grinding, terrible sound of ancient metal tearing itself free from a century of rest. The sound was deafening in the silence, a low, drawn-out shriek of tormented iron and splintering wood. The thick vines, stretched to their breaking point, snapped with sounds like gunshots, sharp and violent, their dry, woody fibers bursting apart. Dust, moss, and flakes of rust rained down around me. The air filled with the acrid smell of old metal and the earthy scent of ruptured plant matter. I stumbled back, my heart hammering against my ribs, adrenaline surging through me. The gate had moved maybe 6 inches, grinding to a halt with a shuddering thump. It felt like it was fighting me, resisting my intrusion with every rusted cell of its being. My arms were shaking, my palms raw, but I had done it. It had moved. The sheer effort was staggering, but the impossible had happened. The gate, once a solid, immovable barrier, was now cracked open, just a sliver. Through the narrow gap, I could see deeper into the forest. The mist I'd noticed before was thicker now, swirling gently, obscuring details. The air pouring through the gap was cold, carrying with it that faint, sour smell. It wasn't a natural forest smell. It was something stale, stagnant, like a tomb. I knew with absolute certainty that this was my last chance to turn back. That sliver of an opening was a gateway, not just to another piece of land, but to something fundamentally other. The silence, the gate itself, the smell, the cold mist, it all coalesced into a potent warning. But the ranger in me, the part that was stubborn and dedicated and just a little bit reckless, had already committed. I had moved the immovable. I had opened the sealed. To turn back now after that Herculean effort felt like a betrayal of my own resolve, a surrender to an irrational fear. And what if there was something dangerous in there, something that could harm the park or its visitors? I had to know. Just a little further, I whispered, pushing away the growing dread. My voice was a little steadier now, masked by forced bravado. I grabbed the gate again, putting my shoulder into it this time. The iron was rough against my uniform, scraping slightly. I pushed harder, grunting. Another terrible, drawn-out screech, louder this time as the hinges groaned, complaining under the strain. More vines tore, more dust and rust fell. The gap widened slowly, agonizingly, until it was just wide enough for me to slip through sideways. I paused, breathing heavily, my lungs burning. The gate shuddered, then settled, leaving a gap of about 2 feet. It felt like I had just wrestled a sleeping giant awake. The quiet that followed the cacophony was even more profound, heavier, as if the sound had been so alien, the forest itself was still recoiling. I peered through the opening. The mist swirled, a translucent curtain. Beyond it, the trees loomed, even taller and more ancient than those on the park side. Their trunks were covered in thick, dark moss, making them look like hairy, silent sentinels. The ground was softer here, a thick carpet of decaying leaves and moss, completely devoid of the usual undergrowth. No ferns, no bushes, no wildflowers, just the huge trees, the soft, dark ground, and the swirling mist. And then I saw it. Just beyond the mist, in a slightly clearer patch of air, there was a faint, almost imperceptible track. It wasn't a road, not even a game trail. It was more like an indentation in the moss, a subtle flattening of the forest floor that hinted at a path, long unused, almost swallowed by time. It led straight into the gloom. My flashlight was on my belt. I considered pulling it out, but it was still daylight, even if it was heavily filtered. I wanted to rely on my natural sight for as long as possible to conserve battery, but also to maintain a sense of normalcy, however artificial. I took one last look back at my truck, a reassuring block of battered metal gleaming incongruously in the dim light. It felt miles away already, though it was only 50 feet behind me. It was my anchor to the real world, to safety. Then with a final, bracing breath, I squeezed through the narrow opening. The iron scraped my jacket, a cold, unyielding touch. I was on the other side. The change was immediate and palpable. It wasn't just colder, it was damp, a bone-deep chill that seeped into my clothes. The air was heavier, thicker, carrying that persistent, sour, stagnant smell. It felt dead, not in a rotten way, but in a way that suggested the absence of life, of vitality. The ground beneath my boots was incredibly soft, almost spongy, giving way slightly with each step. There was no crunch of leaves, no snapping twigs. Just a muffled, squishy sound, as if I were walking on a giant, saturated sponge. The mist swirled around my knees, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. It had a faint, iridescent quality in the dim light, almost glowing with an inner luminescence. The silence here was even more oppressive, a physical weight on my chest. It felt like I had stepped into another world, a place where the laws of nature were subtly, chillingly different. I pulled out my hunting knife again, just holding it, the weight a small comfort. It was more for reassurance than actual use, a tangible connection to the practical world I'd left behind. I followed the faint path, my eyes straining to pierce the mist. The trees here were truly immense, ancient beyond imagining. Their trunks were so wide I could barely see around them. Their bark was a dark, rough tapestry of moss and lichen, making them seem even more alien. They were redwoods, yes, but they felt different, somehow darker, more somber, as if they had absorbed all the light and joy from the air. The path was barely discernible, a ghost of a trail. I had to focus intently to keep from losing it in the uniform carpet of moss. My senses were on high alert, every nerve ending tingling. I listened for anything, any sound, but there was only the dull thud of my own footsteps and the faint ringing in my ears that came from the overwhelming quiet. After walking for what felt like 10 minutes, maybe a quarter of a mile, the path widened slightly. The mist seemed to thin a little here, allowing me to see a bit further, and that's when I saw it. Through the shifting veils of mist, a structure began to emerge. It was massive, dark, and utterly incongruous with the natural forest, the rumored hunting lodge, but it wasn't a lodge, not in any sense of the word I knew. It was a building made of dark, rough-hewn stone, enormous and ancient. It had a towering, almost fortress-like quality, with massive square windows that were all dark and opaque, like vacant eyes staring out from a skull. The roof was steep, covered in thick, dark slate tiles that looked impossibly old. Moss and ivy clung to the stone walls, but it wasn't the vibrant, green growth I was used to. This moss was a darker, almost blackish green, and the ivy seemed brittle, like dead claws gripping the stone. The architecture was unlike anything I had ever seen. It wasn't rustic like an old hunting lodge. It was imposing, almost Gothic, with strange, angular buttresses and a heavy, oppressive feel. It looked less like a place for people to live, and more like a place designed to keep things in, or out. A shiver ran down my spine, deeper and colder than before. This wasn't just an abandoned building. It was a monument to something forgotten, something unsettling. The sheer size of it was daunting. It was much larger than any lodge, more like a mansion or even a small castle, and it was utterly silent, looming out of the mist like a phantom. My rational ranger mind, which had insisted on exploring, was now screaming in protest. Every alarm bell in my body was clanging. This was not a park issue. This was not a private property issue. This was something else entirely, something primal and wrong. I stopped at the edge of a small clearing, perhaps 50 yards from the building. The ground here was still soft, but less mossy, more like dark, barren earth. There were no plants growing within the clearing, just the dark soil. It felt scorched or starved. As I stood there, staring at the dark behemoth, I noticed something else. The path didn't lead directly to the main entrance of the building. Instead, it veered off to the left, towards a smaller, secondary structure that was partially obscured by the mist. It looked like an outbuilding, maybe a stable or a woodshed, also made of the same dark stone. My eyes were drawn back to the main building. There was no sign of life, no light, no movement. The windows were too dark to see through, reflecting nothing but the gray, misty air. It felt like the building itself was absorbing all light, all sound. I pulled out my radio again, just a reflex, knowing it was useless. No static, no signal, just dead silence. I felt utterly cut off, alone in this strange, forgotten place. I decided to approach the outbuilding first. It was smaller, less intimidating, and might offer some clue about the main structure without forcing me into the heart of it. Besides, the path led that way. My footsteps still made that unsettling, muffled sound as I walked across the barren clearing. The air grew colder, and the sour smell was stronger here. It was like something old and stagnant, but also vaguely metallic. As I got closer to the outbuilding, its details became clearer. It was indeed a smaller stone structure, perhaps 30 feet long and 20 wide, with a steeply pitched roof like the main building. There was a single, heavy wooden door, dark with age and weathering, set into the front wall. No windows. I hesitated for a long moment before approaching the door. My hand was still gripping the knife. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a fight-or-flight response that was almost overwhelming. This was no longer routine. This was venturing into the unknown, and every instinct told me it was a mistake. But the curiosity, the ranger's duty, and now a growing sense of dread-filled obligation propelled me forward. I had to see. I had to know. I reached the door. It was made of thick, dark wood, studded with heavy iron bands and what looked like massive, rusted bolts. There was no handle, no latch, just a heavy, unyielding surface. It seemed to be barred from the inside, or simply jammed shut by time. I pushed against it tentatively. It didn't budge. I pushed harder, bracing my shoulder against the cold wood. Nothing. It was solid, utterly impenetrable. No amount of force I could muster would open it. Frustration flared, overriding the fear for a moment. I was here. I had gone through the gate, braved the oppressive atmosphere, and now I was stymied by another locked barrier. I walked around the perimeter of the outbuilding, running my hands over the rough stone. The moss here was even darker, almost black, and felt strangely dry and powdery to the touch. It left a faint, grayish residue on my fingers. The air felt heavy, as if the building itself was breathing, a slow, silent exhalation. As I rounded the back, partially hidden by a cluster of the dark, moss-covered trees, I found something. A small, arched doorway, much smaller than the main door, barely waist-high. It was also made of dark wood, but this one was slightly ajar, a sliver of blackness visible between the door and the stone frame. My heart leaped into my throat. An opening. This was it. I knelt down, my hand still tight on the knife, and peered into the gap. It was utterly dark inside, a darkness that seemed to swallow light rather than just reflect its absence. I couldn't see anything. The air that wafted out of the crack was colder and carried that sour, metallic smell more intensely. It was almost stifling. I pulled out my small tactical flashlight from my belt. Its beam, normally bright and cutting, seemed weak and absorbed by the darkness inside. I switched it on, pointing it through the gap. The beam cut into the blackness, revealing a narrow, low-ceilinged passage made of the same dark stone. The walls were rough, the ceiling low enough that I would have to duck to enter. The floor was just dirt, packed hard, but covered in a fine, grayish dust that shimmered faintly in the beam. The passage sloped downwards, disappearing into the gloom after only a few feet. It was clearly an old cellar, or perhaps a root cellar, but the oppressive feeling, the unnatural silence, and the pervasive, unpleasant smell made it feel like something much more sinister. "Hello," I called out, my voice swallowed instantly. The only sound was the faint hum of the flashlight. I hesitated, wrestling with myself. This was it, the point of no return. Everything that had happened so far, every unusual detail, every prickle of unease had led me to this small, dark opening. My gut screamed to leave, to run, to forget I ever saw this place. But my ranger's resolve, my curiosity, my stubborn pride, and a growing, morbid fascination held me fast. I crouched lower, my backpack pressing uncomfortably against my back, and peered in again. The dust on the floor seemed to stretch towards me, an inviting yet terrifying path into the unknown. With another deep, shaky breath, I made my decision. I had to know what was down there. I couldn't just leave, not after coming this far. I ducked my head, pushed the small wooden door open just enough to squeeze through, and stepped into the passage. The darkness instantly enveloped me, thick and suffocating. The cold was profound, a damp, penetrating chill that went straight to my bones. The sour, metallic smell filled my nostrils, almost tasting like old blood and rust. My flashlight beam danced ahead, a small circle of light in the vast, consuming dark. The passage was indeed narrow and low. I had to stoop, my shoulders almost brushing the rough stone walls. The air was completely still, heavy and stagnant. It felt like I was walking into the deep earth itself. The passage continued to slope downwards, a gradual, unnerving descent. The gray dust on the floor was disturbed in places, as if something had recently passed through. My heart thumped against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the tomb-like silence. I kept my knife ready, more for comfort than defense. What could I possibly fight in this place? After about 30 feet, the passage opened into a larger chamber. My flashlight beam swept across it, revealing a cavernous space, also carved from rough stone. It was irregular in shape, with a high, vaulted ceiling that disappeared into absolute darkness above the reach of my light. The air here was even colder, and the metallic smell was overpowering, almost choking. The chamber was mostly empty, but along the walls I could make out rows of shelves, also made of rough-hewn stone. They were empty, but covered in the same fine, shimmering gray dust. It looked like a storage room, a pantry, or a very elaborate cellar. But something was wrong. The silence here was different. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It was a hungry silence, a silence that seemed to consume sound. And there was a faint, almost imperceptible thrumming in the air, a low vibration that I felt more in my bones than heard with my ears. It was like a giant, sleeping engine humming just below the threshold of human perception. My flashlight beam continued to sweep across the chamber, and then it landed on something in the center of the room. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was a table, or what looked like a table, a massive slab of dark, unpolished stone, perhaps 10 feet long and 5 feet wide, resting on thick, squat stone legs. It was covered in the same gray dust, but there were darker stains on its surface, ancient and dried. And on top of the table, arranged in a deliberate pattern, were objects. My light focused on them. They were small, intricate, and deeply disturbing. Bones, not human bones, not clearly animal either. They were thin, delicate, almost skeletal, arranged in precise geometric patterns. Some were curved like ribs but too small. Others were sharp, like tiny needle-like shards. They were all a dull, yellowish-brown color, and they glowed faintly under my flashlight beam, a morbid luminescence. And amidst the bones there were other things. Small, dark, intricately carved totems made of what looked like petrified wood or perhaps bone itself. They were abstract, unsettling shapes, vaguely organic, twisting and turning like knots of agony. Some resembled distorted faces, others strange, unidentifiable creatures. My mind reeled. This wasn't a hunting lodge cellar. This was something else entirely, something ritualistic, something ancient and sinister. The sour, metallic smell suddenly seemed to take on a new, horrifying meaning. It wasn't just old rust, it was something deeper. I felt a cold dread blossom in my stomach, spreading through my veins. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to turn and run, to get out of this place. This wasn't a ranger's job. This was a nightmare made real. My flashlight beam was shaking slightly in my trembling hand. I forced myself to scan the rest of the room, looking for an exit, for anything that could explain this macabre scene. And that's when I saw it. On the far side of the chamber, opposite the entrance, was another opening. This one was larger, a wide archway carved directly into the stone, and from it a faint, flickering light emanated. Not the pure white light of my flashlight, but a soft, warm, orange glow, like candlelight or a distant fire. The thrumming in the air intensified, a deeper vibration that seemed to resonate in my very bones. The silence was still absolute, but the thrumming was a counterpoint, a bass note to the oppressive quiet. My rational mind had completely abandoned me. Only a morbid, terrified curiosity remained, a desperate need to understand what lay beyond that archway. It felt like an invisible tether was pulling me forward against all my will. I took a tentative step towards the archway, my boots making a sickening squish on the dusty floor. The bones on the table seemed to watch me, their dull glow intensifying slightly as I moved. The air grew colder, and the metallic smell was now so strong it made my eyes water. As I neared the archway, the flickering light grew brighter, casting long, dancing shadows on the stone walls. I could hear nothing, but the thrumming was now a distinct vibration, a low, resonant hum that filled my head. I reached the archway, my body trembling. I peered through. Beyond the archway was another passage, much wider and taller than the one I had just come through. It was bathed in that soft, orange light which seemed to come from deeper within. The walls of this passage were smoother, almost polished, and they had strange, intricate carvings etched into them. They weren't like the swirling patterns on the gate. These were more angular, almost runic, depicting figures that were elongated and distorted, with too many limbs or strange, inhuman faces. And the floor of this passage was different. It wasn't dirt. It was paved with the same dark, polished stone as the walls, and running down the center of the passage, a shallow channel had been carved, filled with a dark, viscous liquid that reflected the flickering light like obsidian. It was slow-moving, almost stagnant, and the smell of rust and blood was strongest from it. My breath hitched, my mind struggled to process what I was seeing, to rationalize it, to find some logical explanation. But there was none. This was beyond my comprehension, beyond anything I had ever encountered or even imagined. The thrumming was now a palpable force, vibrating through the ground, up my legs, into my chest. It felt like the very earth was alive, resonating with a terrible, ancient power. I took another step, driven by a force I couldn't control. My feet crunched on something on the stone floor. I looked down, aiming my flashlight. It was a small, desiccated something, not a leaf, not a bone fragment. It was a finger, a human finger, shriveled and black like something found in a crypt. It was ancient, perfectly preserved in its shrunken state, and on its shriveled joint a faint, dull metallic glint, as if a ring had once been there, long since absorbed or fallen away. A choked gasp escaped my lips. My stomach rebelled, threatening to heave. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee this cursed place, to claw my way back to the sunlight and the normal world. But I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, trapped between the horror of what I had found and the terrifying compulsion to see what lay further down that dark, glowing passage. The flickering light beckoned, the thrumming vibrated, and the ancient, metallic smell of death hung heavy in the air. I was at the threshold of something I should never have found, something that felt like it had been waiting for me, and I was about to step into it. The choice was no longer mine. It felt like I was being pulled inexorably into the dark heart of the mountain. I took another step, my blood roaring in my ears, my flashlight beam still shaking, illuminating the macabre carvings on the walls and the dark, flowing channel on the floor. The warmth of the flickering light grew, promising a terrible revelation, an answer to the questions I now regretted asking. This wasn't just a place, it was a hungry, waiting entity, and I had just walked into its maw. My world, my understanding of reality, was about to be irrevocably shattered. The air in the passage was thick, heavy, and tasted of rust and something far older than rust, something elemental and deeply wrong. My flashlight beam, though still clutched in my hand, seemed irrelevant here, swallowed by the stronger, ancient light that pulsed ahead. It was as if the very stone around me was imbued with this strange luminescence, making the air shimmer with an almost liquid quality. The thrumming vibrated not just in my bones, but in my teeth, my eyeballs, a low, resonant drone that felt like the heartbeat of the world, slowed to an agonizing crawl. The carvings on the walls were everywhere, covering every inch of the smooth, dark stone. As I moved deeper, I could make out more details. They were disturbing beyond belief. Elongated figures with limbs twisted into unnatural angles, faces contorted in silent screams or perhaps silent ecstasy. Some had too many eyes, others no eyes at all, just smooth, featureless expanses where eyes should be. They were not human, not animal, but something that seemed to exist between worlds, entities of nightmare made real in cold stone. They danced, writhed, or worshipped, their forms shifting and flowing, as if caught in a moment of agony or transformation. And interspersing these figures were the angular, runic symbols, repeated over and over, forming patterns that felt both meaningless and profoundly significant. I couldn't understand them, but I felt them, a cold echo of intent. The channel in the center of the floor was wider here, perhaps a foot across, and deeper. The dark, viscous liquid within it moved with an almost imperceptible current, a slow, sluggish flow that reflected the flickering orange light like molten obsidian. The smell emanating from it was overwhelming now, metallic and cloying, like 1,000 battles fought and bled into this very stone. My mind, desperate for a rational explanation, tried to tell me it was just some kind of ancient oil or pitch, but a deeper, more primal part of me knew. It was blood, old, stagnant, but still somehow vital, still flowing. My boots made no sound on the polished stone floor, only the faint squish I'd heard earlier, but here it was almost silent. The thrumming drowned out everything, becoming the only sound, the only reality. I felt like I was walking into a dream or a fever, where reality had fractured and rearranged itself into something terrifyingly beautiful and utterly alien. I kept my flashlight on, its beam a small, familiar comfort, but its light was feeble against the growing orange glow. The desiccated finger I had stepped on was still there, now just behind me, a macabre sentinel marking my crossing of a threshold. I didn't dare look back, didn't dare break the hypnotic pull of the light ahead. The passage seemed to go on forever, winding gently downwards, its walls pressing in on me, covered in their grotesque tapestry. My sense of time was completely warped. Minutes could have been hours or mere seconds. All that existed was the passage, the thrumming, the light, and the relentless, intoxicating smell. As I progressed, the thrumming intensified, building to a crescendo that resonated in my chest, making my vision blur at the edges. The orange light became brighter, no longer flickering, but a steady, pulsing glow that seemed to emanate from the very air. The temperature continued to drop, a bone-aching cold that felt like it was freezing my blood in my veins. And then the passage opened into a vast, circular chamber. I stopped dead in my tracks, my jaw slack, my mind unable to fully comprehend the spectacle before me. This was the source of the light, the thrumming, and the overwhelming sense of ancient, terrible power. The chamber was immense, far larger than anything I could have imagined existing underground. Its ceiling was impossibly high, a black dome that disappeared into absolute darkness, beyond the reach of any light. The walls were still covered in the intricate, disturbing carvings, but here they were grander, larger, depicting entire narratives of these inhuman figures engaged in what looked like worship or sacrifice. But it was the center of the chamber that truly held my gaze, paralyzing me with awe and terror. In the middle of this colossal space, suspended in the air by invisible forces, was a single colossal object. It was a crystal, or something like a crystal, but unlike any crystal I had ever seen. It was roughly octahedral, faceted with impossible precision, and it glowed with an internal, pulsing orange light that filled the entire chamber. It was at least 50 feet tall, a silent, colossal heart beating in the darkness. And it was the source of the thrumming. The crystal resonated with a low, deep hum that wasn't just sound, but a physical vibration, a force that vibrated through the stone, through the air, and through my very being. It felt alive, ancient, and impossibly powerful. The dark, viscous liquid from the channel in the passage didn't just end here. Instead, it fanned out across the polished stone floor of the chamber, forming a vast, intricate network of channels and pools, all reflecting the crystal's orange glow like a river of fire. These channels converged on a central, circular pool directly beneath the floating crystal, a dark, churning vortex of the viscous fluid that seemed to pulse in time with the crystal's thrum. My flashlight slipped from my numb fingers and clattered onto the stone floor, its beam extinguished instantly. I didn't even notice. All I could do was stare at the crystal, at the blood channels, at the ancient, terrible art on the walls. The air in the chamber was not just cold, it was charged. I could feel the energy prickling on my skin, making the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was like being in the heart of a vast electrical storm, but silent, ancient, and malevolent. As my eyes adjusted to the orange glow, I noticed other details. All around the perimeter of the chamber, equidistant from each other, were 12 massive stone pillars, intricately carved with more of the runic symbols and elongated figures. Each pillar had a small, recessed alcove at its base, and within each alcove, something was arranged. My gaze drifted to the nearest pillar. In its alcove, nestled on a small, raised dais of stone, were offerings, or what looked like offerings. Small, intricate items made of woven hair, dried skin, and tiny bones, all arranged with a deliberate, ritualistic precision. And beneath them, a layer of what looked like desiccated flower petals, but they were black, shriveled, and radiated an oppressive sense of decay. This wasn't a natural formation. This was built by who, and for what purpose. This wasn't a hunting lodge, not even an elaborate crypt. This was a temple, a monument to something ancient, powerful, and utterly beyond human understanding. I felt a dizzying sense of vertigo, as if the ground beneath me was tilting, threatening to pitch me into the dark, swirling pool of blood. My stomach clenched, and I gagged, tasting bile and the overwhelming metallic tang of the air. And then, as if the chamber itself had only just realized I was there, the thrumming intensified further. The orange glow pulsed brighter, washing over the carvings, making the figures on the walls seem to writhe and dance in the light. Shadows stretched and receded, giving the illusion of movement. I wanted to run. Every cell in my body screamed for escape, for the sunlight, for the mundane, comforting reality of the redwoods. But I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, trapped by a terrible, morbid fascination and a paralyzing fear that told me if I so much as twitched, I would become part of this place. My eyes, wide with terror, scanned the room again, searching, desperate for a way out, a sign of anything remotely normal, and that's when I saw them. At the far end of the chamber, directly opposite where I stood, another wide archway, similar to the one I had entered through, was carved into the stone wall. But this archway was different. It was partially obscured by something, and from beyond it, another light, fainter than the crystal's glow but distinct, seemed to beckon. It was a pale, bluish-white light, ethereal and cold. As I stared at the archway, my eyes finally registered the figures partially blocking it. They were not carvings. They were things. They stood motionless, perhaps 5 of them, arranged in a semicircle just within the archway. They were tall, gaunt, and impossibly thin, their forms almost merging with the shadows cast by the pulsing orange light. Their skin, if it was skin, was a sickly, pale gray stretched taut over skeletal frames. They were naked, their bodies devoid of any discernible features, no hair, no eyes, no mouths. Just smooth, elongated heads that tapered to points, and long, spindly limbs that ended in what looked like razor-sharp claws. They were utterly still, facing into the chamber, facing me. Their presence was not just visual, it was a profound psychic weight, a cold, crushing force that pressed down on my mind, stealing my breath, freezing the blood in my veins. They radiated an aura of immense age, of patient, silent waiting, and of an unspeakable, alien malevolence. My mind shattered, the prickle of unease, the irrational fear, the morbid curiosity. They were all ludicrous understatements, the naive thoughts of a man who had not yet truly seen the abyss. This was the abyss. These were its guardians. I felt a scream building in my chest, a primal, animalistic shriek of pure terror, but it was trapped, choked by the psychic pressure, by the thrumming, by the sheer horror of their presence. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even breathe properly. They continued to stand there, motionless, silent, their featureless faces turned towards me, as if they were seeing into the deepest parts of my soul, judging me, weighing me. I had trespassed. I had violated a sacred, forgotten space, and now I was utterly, irrevocably caught. The thrumming from the crystal intensified again, pulsing with a terrible rhythm that seemed to synchronize with my own frantic heartbeat. The blood in the channels churned slightly, and the vortex beneath the crystal swirled faster. The air grew even colder, a profound chill that was no longer just damp, but seemed to suck the very warmth out of me, out of the world. And then one of the figures moved. It was a slow, deliberate movement, a gradual turning of its head, tilting it slightly to the side, as if listening to a sound beyond human hearing, or perhaps merely observing a particularly interesting specimen. Its pale gray skin seemed to ripple, almost fluid, and for a fleeting moment I thought I saw something shift beneath it, a subtle internal movement, like sinews contracting or organs pulsating. It still had no eyes, no discernible features, but I felt its gaze, a piercing, ancient awareness that stripped me bare, exposed every fear, every weakness. It was beyond human understanding, beyond human empathy, a predator from a forgotten age, now awakened. A small whimper escaped my lips, a pathetic, desperate sound that was instantly swallowed by the overwhelming thrumming. My legs trembled uncontrollably, threatening to give way. I was going to fall. I was going to collapse right here, in this horrifying temple, at the mercy of these things. The figure completed its slow turn, its head now perfectly aligned with me, and then it raised one of its impossibly long, spindly arms. The movement was eerily silent, effortless, as if it defied gravity and friction. The arm was skeletal, ending in those sharpened claws, and it pointed directly at me. It was not a gesture of aggression, not a threat in the human sense. It was a gesture of selection, of recognition, as if it had been waiting for me. And as it pointed, the faint bluish-white light from beyond the archway intensified, shining directly onto me, like a spotlight on a condemned man. It was a freezing light, devoid of warmth, dissecting me with its cold precision. A voice not heard but felt resonated in my mind. It was not words, not language, but a crushing wave of thought, ancient and immense, filled with a terrible hunger and an even more terrible satisfaction. It was cold, deep, and utterly alien. Well found. The single thought echoed through my skull, vibrating with the crystal's thrum, tearing at the edges of my sanity. I felt myself being drawn forward, an invisible force pulling me across the vast chamber, towards the figures, towards the archway, towards the cold blue light. My feet scraped uselessly on the polished stone floor, my muscles locked in a desperate, futile struggle against the unseen tether. My breath came in ragged gasps, each one a struggle against the crushing pressure. My vision tunneled, the orange glow of the crystal and the cold blue light of the archway becoming the only things I could perceive. The carved figures on the walls seemed to sneer, the blood in the channels to churn with renewed vigor. I was being pulled towards the archway, towards the gaunt figures that waited with silent, predatory patience. I could feel the cold, electric energy of the blue light growing stronger, enveloping me, freezing me from the inside out. My skin prickled, my teeth chattered, and a profound, overwhelming sense of despair washed over me. This was it. This was the end. I had sought answers, I had ignored warnings, and I had blundered into a place of ancient horror. My ranger's badge, my hunting knife, my rational mind, they were all useless here. I was just prey. As I was dragged closer, I could see more of the figures in the archway. They were utterly identical, clones of cold, silent menace, and the blue light behind them seemed to pulse, a silent beacon into another, even more terrifying space. The lead figure, the one that had pointed at me, slowly lowered its arm, then took a single, deliberate step forward, emerging fully from the archway into the orange-lit chamber. Its movement was unnervingly smooth, like water flowing over stone. As it stepped, a faint, almost imperceptible sound broke through the thrumming, a low, wet slithering that seemed to emanate from its feet, or perhaps from the very ground beneath it. It was the sound of something vast and heavy moving with silent intent. I could feel its presence growing stronger, colder, its alien awareness flooding my mind. It felt like my very thoughts were being scoured, read, analyzed. There was no pain, no malice in the human sense, just a cold, scientific curiosity, a predatory interest. My mind flashed back to the gate, the quiet, the smell, the mist, all the little threads, all leading here to this moment. The decisions I made, the shortcuts I took, the way I brushed off that prickle of unease, they all wove together into the tapestry of the worst day of my life. I was now only a few feet from the archway, the gaunt figures looming over me, their featureless faces tilted in what felt like silent anticipation. The blue light was blinding, freezing. I could feel its touch, a strange, tingling sensation on my skin, like 1,000 invisible needles. And then, just as I was about to cross the threshold into the archway, just as my will was about to completely break, something snapped in me, not physically, but mentally. A last, desperate surge of defiance, a primal spark of refusal. No, not like this. With a superhuman effort, I wrenched my mind away from the paralyzing fear, focusing on a single, desperate thought: fight. It was absurd, futile, but it was all I had left. I clenched my fists, ignored the agony in my screaming muscles, and with a guttural roar that tore through my own throat, I fought against the invisible pull. My feet dug into the polished stone, leaving faint scratches. My body screamed, but I resisted. The thrumming crystal pulsed violently, the entire chamber seeming to recoil from my sudden, unexpected defiance. The figures in the archway seemed to pause, their collective consciousness, which had felt so absolute, wavering for a split second. It was enough. In that micro moment of hesitation, I felt the invisible tether slacken just slightly. It wasn't gone, but it wasn't as absolute. A surge of desperate adrenaline flooded my system, giving me a terrifying burst of strength. I twisted not towards the archway, but sideways, away from the lead figure, away from the cold blue light, towards the vast, open expanse of the chamber. It was a gamble, a desperate, irrational escape attempt, but my instinct screamed to get away from them. My momentum, combined with my sudden, violent struggle, pulled me free, sending me stumbling backwards into the heart of the chamber. I crashed to the ground, landing hard on the cold, polished stone, pain shooting up my spine. My head hit the ground with a sickening thud, and for a moment, the world spun, orange and blue lights swirling into a chaotic maelstrom. I lay there dazed, my body screaming in protest, my lungs burning. The thrumming was a deafening roar in my ears. I could feel the cold, hard stone beneath me, feel the distant throb of the blood channels. Then a sudden, sharp crack echoed through the chamber, cutting through the thrumming. My eyes snapped open. The lead figure that had stepped forward was now moving with incredible speed. It had taken another step, a long, impossibly fast stride that brought it several feet closer to me. Its clawed hand was raised, not pointing now, but poised, ready to strike. The other figures in the archway remained motionless, but I could feel their collective attention, a cold, focused intent. I scrambled backwards, pushing myself up with trembling arms. My head was throbbing, a dull ache blooming behind my eyes. I needed a weapon, my knife. Where was it? Then I remembered my flashlight, dropped earlier. It was lying a few feet away, a small, dark cylinder against the orange-lit floor. It was useless as a weapon, but it was something. The creature was closing in, its movements silent and unnerving. It didn't run, it didn't walk. It glided, its pale, emaciated form a horrifying shadow against the glowing crystal. It was impossibly fast, covering the distance with an unnatural grace. I tried to get to my feet, but my legs felt like jelly. I was exhausted, terrified, and injured. I was going to die here. As the creature drew nearer, I noticed something else, something even more horrifying. On the polished stone floor, directly in its path, the network of blood channels glowed with a faint internal light. And as the creature moved, the blood in the channels seemed to ripple, forming patterns that mirrored the strange runes on the walls. It was as if the channels were not just conduits, but an extension of the temple itself, reacting to the creature's presence. The creature was now only 10 feet away, its head tilted, its silent, featureless gaze fixed on me. I could feel its cold, ancient presence, a pressure that threatened to crush my very soul. It was going to touch me, I knew it, and whatever it did, it would be worse than any death I could imagine. Panic, absolute and unreasoning, flared within me. I needed to move. I needed to fight. My eyes darted around, searching for anything. The massive crystal above, the pillars, the blood channels. Then my gaze fell on the nearest pillar, one of the 12 surrounding the chamber, and its alcove. The offerings, the small, intricate items made of woven hair, dried skin, and tiny bones, and beneath them the layer of black, shriveled petals. They were dark, ancient, and seemed to hum with a faint, disturbing energy of their own. It was a desperate, insane thought, but in that moment my mind was fractured. What if they were not just offerings? What if they were wards? What if they held some kind of power, however small, against these things? The creature was 5 feet away now, its spindly arm beginning to rise again, its claws slowly unfurling, glinting in the orange light. I lunged not towards my flashlight, but towards the pillar, propelled by a desperate animalistic instinct. I clawed my way across the polished stone, my raw palms screaming in protest. The creature hissed, a sound that was not sound, but a psychic shriek that pierced my mind, making my ears ring and my head explode with pain. I reached the pillar, slamming into its rough-hewn stone base. The alcove was just at eye level. Without thinking, without a plan, I plunged my hand into the offerings, sweeping them away. My fingers closed around something hard, something ancient and dry. It was a small, intricately carved totem, made of what felt like petrified bone or perhaps wood. It was an abstract, angular shape, resembling one of the distorted figures from the wall carvings, but much smaller, small enough to fit in my palm. As my fingers closed around it, a jolt of cold, painful energy shot up my arm, making me gasp. It felt like touching raw electricity, but cold. The totem seemed to pulse faintly, with a dark, inner light that was quickly absorbed by the crystal's glow. The creature halted less than 3 feet away now, its raised hand frozen in midair. The psychic shriek intensified, a raw, furious scream that tore at the fabric of my sanity. The thrumming crystal pulsed erratically, its orange light flickering wildly, casting dancing, frantic shadows across the chamber. The blood in the channels churned, splashing against the stone with a sickening, wet sound. I had done something unexpected, something wrong. I clutched the totem, feeling its strange, cold energy coursing through my arm. It felt like a piece of this place, an extension of its dark power, but it was in my hand. The creature's featureless head twisted violently, a movement of pure rage. Its psychic scream hammered at my mind, trying to shatter it. It lunged again, this time with a speed that defied perception, its claws extended, aimed directly at my chest. I reacted purely on instinct. With a desperate cry, I thrust the totem forward, pointing it at the creature, a useless, pathetic gesture of defiance. A blinding flash of dark, purple-black energy erupted from the totem, a silent, concussive wave that slammed into the creature. It was not light, not sound, but a raw burst of destructive force. The creature was thrown backwards with impossible speed, its gaunt body slamming into one of the other massive stone pillars with a sickening crack that echoed through the chamber like a thunderclap. It crumpled to the ground, a heap of pale, broken limbs, and lay utterly still. The entire chamber vibrated violently. The colossal crystal above pulsed wildly, its orange glow flickering like a dying flame. The thrumming ceased, plunging the chamber into an unbearable, terrifying silence. The blood in the channels stopped churning, becoming still and stagnant. The other figures in the archway, which had been frozen in place, now stirred. Their featureless heads turned, not towards me, but towards their fallen comrade. A wave of silent, alien distress, confusion, and then rage emanated from them. I stared at the crumpled form of the creature, then at the totem in my hand, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. I had fought it, and I had won, or at least I had repelled it. The silence was absolute, heavy, and pregnant with menace. My breath hitched in my throat. My body was shaking uncontrollably, not just from pain and exhaustion, but from the raw, terrifying power I had just wielded. The totem in my hand felt cold, dead, its energy spent. The remaining figures in the archway turned their attention back to me, their collective awareness now a focused, burning hatred. They began to move, all four of them, stepping out of the archway, their pale forms advancing towards me with a terrifying, synchronized grace. Their steps were still silent, but the air around them seemed to crackle with an unspoken threat. I scrambled back, clutching the now inert totem, my eyes wide with terror. One was enough. Four of them. I was dead. My gaze darted to the fallen creature. It was still motionless. Perhaps it wasn't dead. Perhaps it was just stunned. But the power, the sudden surge, it had been real. My mind, still reeling from the shock, began to churn. The totem was a weapon of this place, if I could use it once. But it felt drained, cold. I looked desperately around the chamber. The colossal crystal, now silent, was still glowing, though faintly. The pillars, the carvings, the channels of blood, there had to be something, some way out, some way to fight. My eyes fell on the alcove I had just raided. It was empty now, save for a few stray black petals. But the other alcoves, the other 11 pillars, still held their offerings. Small, intricate items made of woven hair, dried skin, and tiny bones. Perhaps they all contained a totem. Perhaps they all held that dark, cold power. The four creatures were closer now, perhaps 30 feet away. Their advance was relentless, silent, a wave of inevitable doom. I could feel their anger, their ancient rage, washing over me. I made a split-second decision. It was insane, reckless, but it was the only option I had. I had to get to another pillar. I had to find another totem. With a desperate cry, I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my head and the screaming in my muscles. I was a park ranger. I was a survivor. I wouldn't go down without a fight. Not here, not now. My legs, still wobbly, carried me in a stumbling run, not towards the entrance I had come from, but towards another pillar, directly opposite the one I had just raided. It was a long sprint across the open chamber, directly into the path of the advancing horrors. The creatures reacted instantly. A torrent of psychic screams battered my mind, disorienting me, threatening to make me collapse. I staggered, my vision blurring, but I pushed through it, focusing on the pillar, on the promise of another weapon. They broke into a silent, gliding sprint, impossibly fast, their long, thin forms seeming to blur across the stone floor. They were fanning out, trying to cut me off, their sharpened claws glinting in the faint orange light. I could hear their wet, slithering sound now, a faint, repulsive scraping against the polished stone as they moved. It was a sound that would haunt my nightmares for the rest of my life, assuming I had a life left to live. I was perhaps halfway to the pillar, my lungs burning, my legs screaming. The creatures were gaining on me, their speed terrifying. I could feel the cold rush of air as they closed the distance. One of them, faster than the others, was on my left flank, barely 10 feet away. Its arm was rising, its claws extending. I could almost feel the phantom touch of its icy grip. I risked a glance, my heart leaping into my throat. Its featureless head was tilted, its alien gaze burning into me. It was going to strike. My hand still clutched the spent totem, a useless lump of bone or wood. I had no time to reach the pillar, no time to find another weapon. Then a flicker of movement caught my eye. On the ground, near where I had fallen, was my flashlight, where it had landed after slipping from my hand. Small, insignificant. But it was my flashlight, a piece of the real world, a tool. In a last desperate act of defiance, ignoring the creature closing in on my left, I veered sharply, throwing myself towards the flashlight. It was a desperate, foolish gamble, sacrificing precious seconds, but something deep inside me insisted. My hand slapped against the cold metal, grasping it. I rolled, tucking myself into a fetal position as the creature's clawed hand swept through the air where I had just been. I felt a gust of freezing air, a phantom whisper of death. I pushed myself up, scrambling to my feet, the flashlight clutched in my hand. The creature was right on me, its arm raised again. The others were fanning out, blocking my path to the pillar. I was cornered. But I had the flashlight. With a primal scream that tore my throat raw, I switched it on. The beam, a harsh, concentrated white light, erupted into the orange-hued chamber, cutting through the gloom like a knife. It was a stark, alien contrast to the pervasive, ancient glow. The creature in front of me recoiled violently, hissing a soundless, psychic shriek that blasted through my mind, making me gasp and stagger. It threw an arm up, as if shielding itself from the light, its body convulsing. The other three creatures, still advancing, also hesitated, their movements faltering. The raw white light seemed to momentarily disorient them, to cause them pain. They were creatures of shadow and ancient, dim light. This was too much. It was a momentary reprieve, but it was enough. I didn't hesitate. I aimed the flashlight at the nearest creature, keeping the beam steady, watching it flinch and shriek in my mind. Then, with a desperate surge of adrenaline, I pivoted, swinging the heavy metal casing of the flashlight like a club, aiming for its head. It was a clumsy, desperate blow, born of terror, not training, but it connected. There was a sickening crunch, not of bone, but of something dry and brittle like old bark. The creature stumbled, its head snapping back with impossible force, and then it crumpled, falling to the ground with a soft, wet thump. It twitched once, a horrifying, spastic movement of its long limbs, then lay still, its pale form almost disappearing into the orange shadows. 2 down, 2 to go. My arm screamed in pain, my shoulder throbbing from the impact. But I held the flashlight, its beam still shining, its white light a defiant beacon in this hellish place. The remaining 2 creatures now advanced with renewed fury, their psychic screams battering my mind with an almost physical force. They no longer hesitated. They were enraged. They lunged, one from the left, one from the right, moving with incredible, silent speed. I was trapped, caught between them. I couldn't fight both at once. I couldn't dodge them both. I was going to die, I knew it. This was the end. In that last terrifying moment, my eyes darted across the chamber, past the advancing horrors, past the glowing crystal, past the still, dark blood channels. My gaze fell on the archway from which these abominations had emerged, the one that was still pulsing with that cold, blue-white light. It was beyond. It was another passage, another horror. But perhaps it was a way out. Perhaps not out of this place, but through it. A desperation so profound it bordered on madness seized me. I had to try. I couldn't just stand here and be torn apart. With another raw, desperate scream, I didn't turn to fight. I lunged, not towards the entrance I came from, not towards another pillar, but towards that blue-lit archway, a final, suicidal dash into the unknown. The creatures shrieked in my mind, their anger turning into a chilling, alien amusement. They were playing with me. They were hurting me. They wanted me to go through that archway. But I had no choice. I ran, my legs pumping, my body screaming, my mind a storm of fear and adrenaline. The cold, blue light grew stronger, enveloping me, freezing me. The creatures were right behind me, their slithering steps a terrifying accompaniment to my own frantic heart. I was at the archway. The air here was colder, the blue light more intense, almost painful. It felt like stepping into a freezer, a profound, bone-deep chill that made my teeth ache. I plunged through the archway, into the blinding blue light, feeling the breath ripped from my lungs. The passage beyond was unlike anything I had seen before. The walls were not stone, but seemed to be made of solidified light, or perhaps ice, pulsing with that cold blue luminescence. It was a narrow, perfectly smooth tunnel, descending at a steep angle, and it stretched into an infinite distance, disappearing into the blue void. The floor was also smooth, slick, and angled downwards. My boots found no purchase, and I immediately lost my footing, tumbling forward into the abyss. I screamed, a sound of pure terror, as I slid down the icy, luminous tunnel, picking up speed, falling into the unknown. The blue light intensified, becoming a blinding, all-consuming void. I could feel the cold, sharp wind rushing past me, hear the roar of the air in my ears. Behind me, I heard a final, triumphant, psychic shriek from the creatures, a sound of utter satisfaction, before it was swallowed by the roar of my descent. I was falling into a world of pure blue, pure cold, pure light. My understanding of reality, already shattered, was now obliterated entirely. This wasn't a forest. This wasn't Earth. This was something else, something far, far beyond. And I was at its mercy, spiraling into its luminous, frozen heart. The fall was endless, or perhaps it lasted only seconds, stretched into eternity by the sheer terror and the unnatural speed. The blue light was blinding, but also strangely transparent, as if I was plunging through a solid wave of frigid luminescence. The air roared past me, a chilling gale that ripped at my clothes and froze my exposed skin instantly. My body tumbled, spinning uncontrollably, every limb flailing. I slammed against the slick, icy surface of the tunnel multiple times, each impact sending jolts of agonizing pain through my already battered frame. My head, still throbbing from the earlier impact, felt like it was being crushed in a vice. I screamed, but the sound was torn from my lips by the wind, a silent, desperate cry lost in the abyss. My backpack, still clinging stubbornly to my back, became a painful anchor, digging into my spine with every bump. The flashlight, still clutched in my numb hand, was a cold, useless weight, its beam absorbed by the overwhelming blue. I squeezed my eyes shut against the blinding light, but it seemed to penetrate my eyelids, painting the inside of my skull in an infernal, icy glow. Fear, raw and primal, consumed me. This wasn't just falling. It was an uncontrolled plummet into an alien dimension. My ranger training, my survival instincts, my entire understanding of gravity and space had been utterly invalidated. I was a leaf caught in an impossible current, utterly helpless. Just as I thought my mind would shatter completely, just as the cold began to numb me into oblivion, the tunnel opened. The roar of the wind abruptly changed, losing its narrow, focused intensity, expanding into a vast, echoing emptiness. The blinding blue light softened, diffusing into a pervasive, ethereal glow that now illuminated an impossibly vast space. I was no longer falling through a tunnel, but plunging into a colossal cavern, a truly gargantuan chasm whose limits were hidden in the distant, shimmering haze of blue. And then I hit. It wasn't a sudden, jarring stop like hitting solid rock. It was a violent, jarring plunge into something else. My body slammed into a surface that gave way beneath me, absorbing the impact with a strange, gelatinous resistance. I sank, a crushing pressure building around me, the frigid blue light momentarily extinguished as I was enveloped by the substance. Panic flared anew. I was drowning. My lungs screamed for air. I thrashed wildly, my hands pushing against the viscous, icy medium that held me. It was thick, heavier than water, and profoundly cold, instantly sapping what little warmth remained in my body. It tasted of nothing, yet felt like liquid oblivion. With desperate, clawing movements, I fought my way upwards, my backpack dragging me down. My muscles, already fatigued, burned with effort. The flashlight, somehow still in my grasp, felt heavier than lead. Just when I thought I couldn't hold my breath any longer, my head broke the surface. I gasped, sucking in huge gulps of air that was cold, sharp, and tasted faintly metallic, like the previous chamber, but cleaner, purer. My eyes, stinging from the sudden re-exposure to the light, blinked rapidly. I treaded water, or whatever this frigid liquid was, frantically looking around. I was in a lake, a vast, impossibly still lake of liquid blue. The light that filled this immense cavern emanated from the liquid itself, making the surface glow with an intense, otherworldly luminescence. The lake stretched in every direction, its surface a flawless mirror reflecting the colossal, blue-hued ceiling above, which disappeared into a shimmering, indistinct haze. I couldn't see the far shores, only endless, silent, radiant blue. The air was still, heavy, and silent, completely devoid of the crystal's thrumming. The only sounds were my own ragged breathing and the faint, unsettling sloshing of the viscous liquid as I moved. The cold was bone-deep, a constant, penetrating chill that radiated from the liquid and the air alike. My clothes, soaked and heavy, clung to me like a freezing shroud. I looked down. Beneath the surface, the liquid was perfectly transparent, and it seemed to go down forever, an infinite sapphire abyss. Strange, geometric shadows, impossibly long and thin, occasionally drifted through the depths far below me, too indistinct to make out. They moved with a slow, deliberate grace, like silent leviathans in an unearthly ocean. Panic, though still present, gave way to a chilling sense of awe. This was beautiful, in a terrifying, alien way. A natural wonder twisted into something profoundly unnatural. I had to get out of the water. Hypothermia would set in quickly. I struck out, swimming clumsily, my limbs stiff with cold and exertion. My backpack was a hindrance, dragging me down, but I couldn't risk shedding it. It held my minimal survival gear, my last connection to the world I knew. After what felt like an eternity of painful, slow progress, my outstretched hand scraped against something solid, a shore, or rather, a shelf. I pulled myself out of the frigid liquid, my teeth chattering uncontrollably, every muscle screaming in protest. I collapsed onto the edge, coughing and gasping, my body shivering violently. The surface I lay on was flat, smooth, and made of the same iridescent, blue-glowing material as the liquid itself, but solid. It was like lying on a massive sheet of solidified light. It was cold, incredibly cold, but at least it wasn't liquid. My breath plumed in icy clouds before me. I lay there for a few minutes, trying to regain some semblance of control, trying to push back the encroaching numbness. My mind was a tangled mess of terror, confusion, and a burgeoning sense of utter helplessness. When I finally managed to push myself up into a sitting position, I took stock of my surroundings. The shore was a wide, flat ledge, perhaps 50 feet wide, stretching as far as I could see in both directions, curving gently with the vast expanse of the lake. It was featureless, utterly barren, composed entirely of the glowing blue material. There were no trees, no rocks, no signs of life, only the radiant blue luminescence. Behind the ledge, the cavern wall rose steeply, a sheer cliff of the same glowing blue material, disappearing upwards into the hazy distance. It seemed to pulse with an inner light, casting long, shifting shadows across the vast, empty space. I was stranded on an alien shore beside an alien sea in an alien world. The creatures had sent me here, through that blue archway, as if this was their intended destination for me. But why? What was here? My gaze drifted to the backpack, still strapped to my back, my survival kit. It felt like a lifetime ago that I had packed it, a lifetime ago that I was a simple park ranger, worried about lost hikers and illegal campfires. Now I was in a place that defied all understanding. I struggled to unzip a pocket, my fingers clumsy with cold. My emergency blanket, a thin foil sheet, was soaked. Useless. My first aid kit was still intact, a small comfort. My matches, thankfully, were in a waterproof container, but what good were matches in a place where there was no wood, no fuel, no way to build a fire? The cold here was absolute, an all-encompassing force that seemed to permeate everything. I pulled out my hunting knife, the one tangible connection I still had to my old life. Its cold steel felt strangely comforting in my hand. I also found the spent totem. It was still cold, still inert, but I held on to it, a morbid curiosity compelling me. What exactly had I wielded? What power had I briefly tapped into? As I sat there, shivering, exhausted, and utterly lost, my eyes, now more accustomed to the light, began to pick out details in the vastness. Far across the lake, shimmering faintly in the haze, I saw something. Another landmass, an island. It was a darker shape against the pervasive blue, indistinct but massive, and it seemed to be pulling at me, an unseen force, a morbid gravity. But then, closer to my position, something else caught my eye, something on the vast, blue cliff face that rose behind the ledge. It was an opening, an archway, similar in shape to the one I had just come through, but much, much larger. It was a darker black against the glowing blue, a void carved into the very wall of the cavern. And from within it, a faint, rhythmic pulsing sound began to emanate, a low, guttural throb that resonated through the solid ground beneath me. It wasn't the thrumming of the orange crystal, but something deeper, more mechanical, more organic. My heart hammered against my ribs. Another door, another unknown. Was this where the creatures had intended for me to go? My eyes darted back to the lake, the shimmering blue liquid, the unseen leviathans below. I was trapped. Either I froze to death on this barren ledge, or I ventured into that dark archway. My ranger's sense of duty, now completely subsumed by a primal will to survive, compelled me. I had to move. I had to find shelter, warmth, and answer. This place was trying to kill me, slowly, inexorably. I forced myself to my feet, my legs still wobbly, my body screaming with protest. Each step was an effort, a struggle against the crushing cold and the deep-seated exhaustion. I staggered towards the archway, my heavy, soaked boots making a faint, squishing sound on the solid blue floor. As I approached, the pulsing grew louder, more distinct. It was a wet, organic sound, like a giant heart beating, or a massive pump pushing something through unseen veins. The air around the archway was even colder, a freezing draft that carried a faint, sweet, cloying smell, sickly and unnatural, like decaying flowers and something metallic. The archway itself was colossal. easily 30 feet high and 20 wide, perfectly smooth and black, as if it had absorbed all light. There were no carvings here, no adornments, just a pure, unyielding void. I hesitated at the threshold, my hand on the cold, solid edge of the opening. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but there was nowhere to go. My breath hitched. With a deep, shaky breath, I stepped through. The passage beyond was a stark contrast to the blue-lit cavern. It was utterly dark, a profound, absolute blackness that seemed to press in on me, suffocating. The air was even colder here, and the sweet, cloying smell was overpowering, almost sickly sweet now. The pulsing sound echoed all around me, a low, visceral throb that vibrated through the very ground. I fumbled for my flashlight, my numb fingers struggling with the cold metal. When I finally switched it on, its beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a sight that made my blood run cold. This wasn't a stone passage, it was organic. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of a strange, fleshy, membrane-like material, a dull, purplish-black color. It was smooth, wet, and seemed to pulse faintly with its own internal, sickly light, a faint, almost imperceptible glow that shimmered at the edges of my flashlight beam. The pulsing sound seemed to emanate directly from this living tunnel, a deep, rhythmic contraction and expansion of the fleshy walls. Veins, thick and distended, pulsed beneath the surface of the membrane, a network of darker, twisting conduits that seemed to snake and writhe beneath the purplish skin. A clear, viscous fluid, similar to the lake water but thinner, occasionally seeped from minute pores in the walls, glistening in my flashlight beam. The floor was slick and slightly spongy, covered in a thin layer of this clear, glowing fluid. My boots squelched as I stepped, a repulsive sound in the oppressive silence. The passage sloped downwards, a gentle, sickening descent into the organic gloom. My stomach rebelled. I gagged, fighting down the rising bile. This was too much. This was beyond sanity. I was inside something vast, something living, something utterly alien and horrifying. The sweet, cloying smell intensified, making my eyes water. It was the smell of decomposition, but also something else, something vital and sickly. It was the smell of flesh, blood, and strange, alien metabolism. I forced myself to move forward, one hesitant step after another. What else could I do? The alternative was to freeze to death on the blue shore. This, at least, offered the possibility of shelter or a way out. The passage continued its sickening descent, winding gently, the fleshy walls pressing in. The pulsing was constant, a slow, methodical throb that felt like the heartbeat of a monstrous organism. I could feel its vibrations through the spongy floor, a constant, unsettling reminder of where I was. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 10 minutes, the passage began to widen. The faint internal glow of the membrane intensified, casting a sickly, purple-tinged light into the expanding space. The pulsing grew louder, deeper, vibrating through my very bones. And then the passage opened into a vast, hemispherical chamber. I stopped, my flashlight beam sweeping across the terrifying vista. This was the source of the pulsing. This was the heart of the nightmare. The chamber was enormous, dwarfing any underground space I had ever seen. Its walls, floor, and ceiling were all made of the same purplish black, pulsing membrane, covered in a grotesque network of thicker, distended veins that glowed faintly with a greenish light. The air here was thick, humid, and heavy with the cloying, sweet smell, making it difficult to breathe. In the very center of the chamber, dominating the space, was a colossal living organ. It was roughly spherical, perhaps 50 feet in diameter, a massive, pulsating orb of purplish-black flesh covered in writhing, glowing veins. It pulsed with a slow, powerful rhythm, a deep, visceral throb that echoed through the entire chamber, making the very air vibrate. This was the source of the sound, the source of the life. It was a heart, a monstrous alien heart. And it was beating. From the top of this colossal heart, numerous thick, ropey tendrils, like massive arteries, extended outwards, embedding themselves into the fleshy walls and ceiling of the chamber. They pulsed and twitched, carrying the same greenish glow as the veins on the heart, a network of living conduits that seemed to feed and sustain the entire structure. The floor of the chamber was not flat. It was a landscape of fleshy mounds and valleys, all covered in the same slick, purplish membrane, with small pools of the clear, viscous fluid collecting in the depressions. The air was warm, sickeningly warm, a stark contrast to the freezing cold outside, but it was a humid, stifling warmth that felt unnatural and suffocating. My flashlight beam, now seemingly pathetic against the pervasive, sickly glow of the chamber, was shaking uncontrollably in my hand. I felt utterly overwhelmed, my mind struggling to categorize what I was seeing. It was biological, but not in any way I understood. It was a giant, underground living organism, a monstrous cavern that was literally alive. Then I noticed movement. On the various fleshy mounds and within the valleys on the floor, scattered across the vast chamber, were other things, dozens of them. They were small, dark, and seemed to be feeding. I focused my beam on the nearest one. It was a creature, unlike anything I had ever seen. It was roughly spherical, perhaps 2 feet in diameter, with a multitude of small, writhing tentacles that emerged from its underside. Its surface was a mottled gray, rough and chitinous, and it had no discernible eyes or mouth, just a series of small, dark holes on its upper surface that seemed to contract and expand rhythmically. It was attached to one of the fleshy mounds. Its tentacles burrowed into the living membrane, and it seemed to be slowly sucking fluids from it, its body visibly expanding and contracting with each slow, deliberate ingestion. As my flashlight beam hit it, the creature paused its feeding. Its small holes, like vestigial eyes, seemed to turn towards me. I felt a faint, psychic prickle, not like the crushing force of the gaunt figures, but a dull, insipid awareness, a low-level, primitive consciousness. And then it began to move towards me, slowly, ponderously, its tentacles propelling it across the slick, fleshy floor. Others, disturbed by its movement or by my presence, also began to stir, their amorphous forms slowly detaching from the mounds and turning towards me. They were scavengers or parasites, and I had just entered their feeding ground. My initial terror was replaced by a surge of adrenaline-fueled desperation. I couldn't fight dozens of these things, whatever they were. They were slow, but numerous, and this environment was disorienting. My eyes darted around the colossal chamber, searching for an exit, for any sign of a way out. The only opening I could see was the passage I had just come through. Going back through the blue-lit lake was not an option, not with my current state of hypothermia. As the first few creatures began to gain on me, their slow, writhing movements strangely unsettling, I noticed something else at the far end of the chamber. Another opening, a narrow fissure in the fleshy wall, indistinct in the sickly purple glow, but it was there. And from it, a faint, almost imperceptible draft of air seemed to emanate, different from the heavy, humid air of the chamber. It was a gamble, but it was the only one I had. I had to get to that fissure. I broke into a stumbling run, my heavy, soaked boots squelching on the spongy floor. The scavengers, disturbed by my sudden movement, quickened their pace, their tentacles scrabbling against the slick membrane. A low, collective hum, a faint, chittering sound began to emanate from them, a hungry, primitive chorus. My legs screamed in protest, my muscles burning, but I pushed through the pain, fueled by pure, unadulterated fear. The air, thick with the cloying, sweet smell, made every breath a struggle. The colossal heart throbbed, a relentless drumbeat underscoring my desperate flight. I slipped, my foot landing in a pool of viscous fluid, and I went down hard, my head slamming against a fleshy mound. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment, the world dissolved into a swirling kaleidoscope of purple, green, and black. The chittering grew louder, closer. I struggled back to my feet, my head throbbing, a searing pain blooming behind my eyes. I could feel the clammy, spongy texture of the floor beneath my hands. The creatures were closer now, their tentacled forms nearing. I could see their small, dark holes contracting and expanding, as if tasting the air, tasting me. With a surge of desperate energy, I lunged forward again, pushing myself towards the fissure. It was still far, perhaps 50 yards across the undulating, fleshy terrain. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against the slow, steady throb of the monstrous organ. The creatures were almost on me. I risked a glance over my shoulder. 3 of them were barely 10 feet away, their tentacles writhing, their bodies undulating as they propelled themselves forward. I knew I wouldn't make it to the fissure in time. I needed a distraction, a weapon. My eyes fell on the hunting knife, still clutched in my hand. Its cold steel felt strangely reassuring, and the flashlight, though feeble, was still shining. In a desperate, reckless move, I aimed the flashlight at the nearest creature, its beam cutting a stark white line through the sickly purple glow. The creature recoiled, its amorphous body contracting slightly, the chittering sound momentarily ceasing. It wasn't as effective as on the gaunt figures, but it gave me a split second. I swung the flashlight, its heavy casing connecting with the creature's chitinous shell with a dull thump. It didn't break, but the creature spun, its tentacles flailing, disoriented. But the others were still coming. I needed something more. My gaze darted around. The fleshy mounds, the pools of viscous fluid, the thick, glowing veins embedded in the walls. The very environment was alive. Then an insane idea sparked in my mind. The thick, glowing tendrils extending from the colossal heart, embedding themselves into the walls. They looked like massive arteries, pulsing with that greenish light, carrying vital fluids. What if I could sever one? It was a desperate, suicidal thought, but I was desperate. I veered sharply, not towards the fissure, but towards the nearest thick tendril, one that snaked down a fleshy wall, barely 20 feet away. The creatures shrieked in my mind, a collective, primitive hunger as I changed direction. They followed, their chittering growing louder. I reached the tendril, my hand pressing against its thick, pulsating surface. It was warm, surprisingly firm, and vibrated with the life force of the colossal heart. The greenish glow was more intense up close. With a guttural roar, I brought my hunting knife down, plunging it into the thick, fleshy wall of the tendril. The blade sank in, surprisingly easily, as if cutting into dense, living muscle. A thick, greenish-yellow fluid, hot and viscous, immediately erupted from the wound, spraying over me, blinding me momentarily. It had a pungent, acrid smell, like bitter chemicals and old blood. A collective shriek, far louder and more piercing than before, erupted from the creatures. They stopped dead in their tracks, their amorphous forms shrinking, their tentacles recoiling. The colossal heart in the center of the chamber seemed to clench, its rhythmic pulsing faltering for a moment, becoming erratic. The greenish glow of the tendrils dimmed slightly. I had hit a nerve, a very big nerve. I continued to hack at the tendril, driven by a desperate primal fury. The hot, acrid fluid streamed down my face, stinging my eyes, soaking my clothes, but I didn't stop. I felt a morbid satisfaction as the membrane tore, as the vital fluid gushed, as the life force of this monstrous organism bled onto the fleshy floor. Finally, with a sickening RIP, the tendril was severed. It recoiled violently, whipping like a dying snake, spurting jets of the glowing fluid in every direction. The end still embedded in the wall withered and blackened, while the detached portion thrashed on the floor for a few moments before going still, its greenish glow fading into a dull, sickly yellow. The effect was immediate and profound. The colossal heart began to pulse erratically, its rhythm breaking down into a rapid, frantic throb, then slowing, then racing again. The greenish glow of all the other tendrils dimmed significantly, and the purplish-black membrane of the chamber walls seemed to sag and dim, its internal light flickering. The sweet, cloying smell intensified, now mixed with the acrid stench of the severed tendril, a smell of decay and death. The scavengers were in utter panic. They shrieked, a high-pitched metallic chittering that tore at my ears. Their bodies convulsed, their tentacles flailing wildly, and they began to scatter, crawling over each other in a desperate, chaotic retreat, burrowing into the fleshy mounds, trying to escape the collapsing vitality of their host. They were dependent on this living chamber, and I had just dealt it a grievous wound. I stood there panting, covered in the hot, acrid fluid, my knife still dripping. My eyes, stinging from the fluid, scanned the chamber. Chaos. The living chamber was dying, and I had caused it. The fissure, my only hope, was still there, but now the path to it was littered with panicking creatures, scrambling blindly in their terror, and the chamber itself seemed to be reacting to its injury. The floor beneath me began to tremble, a faint, continuous tremor that resonated through my aching bones. The membrane walls started to ripple, small bulges and contractions appearing and disappearing rapidly. The air pressure in the chamber changed, becoming heavier, more suffocating. I had to move, now. With a final, desperate burst of energy, I lunged for the fissure. I ignored the remaining scavengers, kicking one out of my way, scrambling over a convulsing, fleshy mound. My progress was slow, agonizing, but I was getting closer. The tremor intensified. The walls groaned, a deep, resonant sound that was felt more than heard. The air grew thicker, heavier, pressing down on me. I could hear small, tearing sounds like ripping fabric emanating from the ceiling. As I reached the fissure, it was barely a foot wide, a dark, jagged tear in the dying membrane. The cold draft of air, my only hope, was still flowing through it. I squeezed through, my backpack snagging on the rough edges of the fleshy opening, pulling at my shoulders. I clawed my way through, tearing my clothes, scraping my skin against the rough, organic edges. The smell of decay was overwhelming. Finally, I burst through, stumbling out of the dying chamber and into another passage. This passage was different. It was narrow, winding, and still made of the purplish-black membrane, but it was dry. The air here was cold, dry, and clean, a welcome relief from the humid, stinking air of the chamber. The pulsing of the colossal heart was muted, a distant, dying throb. And more importantly, it was silent, completely silent. No scavengers, no sounds of the dying chamber, only the faint echoes of its death throes. I leaned against the fleshy wall, gasping for breath, my lungs burning, my body trembling uncontrollably. I was covered in the acrid, greenish-yellow fluid, and I stank of decay and alien blood. But I was alive. I had survived. My flashlight beam, still held tight in my hand, flickered. Its battery was almost dead. I had to conserve it. I switched it off, plunging the passage into absolute darkness. I fumbled in my backpack, my numb fingers finding my emergency glow sticks. I snapped one. A faint, greenish light illuminated the passage. It was enough. The passage continued its winding path, gradually sloping upwards. The dry, cool air was a balm to my raw throat and burning lungs. I walked slowly, cautiously, my senses on high alert. The silence here was oppressive, but it was a quiet that offered a temporary reprieve from the horrors I had just faced. As I ascended, the texture of the passage walls slowly began to change. The purplish-black membrane became less fleshy, more hardened, almost chitinous. The veins embedded within it became less prominent, eventually disappearing altogether. It was as if the living tunnel was transitioning into something else, something older, more petrified. After another period of walking, perhaps 20 minutes, I noticed a faint, almost imperceptible light ahead. Not the sickly purple glow of the heart chamber, nor the blinding blue of the lake, but a soft, dull, reddish light. My pace quickened, hope, a fragile, desperate thing, fluttering in my chest. A new light, a new passage, a new unknown. But anything was better than the suffocating biology I had just escaped. The passage widened and the reddish light grew stronger. It seemed to come from the very air, a pervasive, dim illumination that cast long, unsettling shadows. The walls here were no longer organic. They were rock, dark, rough-hewn volcanic rock, shimmering with faint veins of a reddish-orange mineral. I stepped out of the organic passage, leaving the fleshy, dying tunnel behind, and found myself in a vast, volcanic cavern. The air here was hot, dry, and smelled strongly of sulfur and something metallic, like hot iron. The reddish light permeated everything, emanating from fissures and cracks in the cavern walls, from pools of molten rock far below, and from a colossal central feature. The cavern was immense, easily as large as the Blue Lake Cavern, but its scale was more defined by the towering, jagged pillars of dark, volcanic rock that rose from its floor, disappearing into the red-tinged gloom above. Steam hissed from numerous vents in the walls and floor, carrying the pungent smell of sulfur. And in the center of the cavern, a vast, circular pit glowed with an incandescent, fiery intensity. It was a lake of pure, molten lava, churning and bubbling, casting flickering, dancing shadows across the towering rock formations. The heat radiating from it was immense, a physical force that pressed down on me, making my skin prickle and sweat instantly. The passage I had emerged from was high up on one of the cavern walls, opening onto a narrow, precarious ledge of volcanic rock that overlooked the fiery abyss. Below me, perhaps 100 feet down, was the churning, molten surface of the lava lake. The heat was almost unbearable, a stark contrast to the freezing cold of the Blue Lake. I shielded my eyes, peering into the fiery depths. The lava pulsed with an internal, terrible energy, its surface rippling and churning with slow, deliberate movements. Massive bubbles of superheated gas rose to the surface, bursting with silent, explosive force, sending plumes of sparks and molten spray into the air. This was the antithesis of the Blue Lake: fire instead of ice, burning heat instead of bone-chilling cold, sulfur and iron instead of sweet decay. It was another dimension, another extreme. My throat was parched, The air was thick with ash and sulfur, making it difficult to breathe without coughing. My clothes, still damp from the blue lake and stained with alien fluids, now began to steam in the intense heat. My gaze swept across the immense cavern, searching for any sign of a path, an exit. The ledge I was on seemed to stretch along the wall for a considerable distance before curving out of sight. Other ledges, narrower and more precarious, crisscrossed the colossal space, connecting various rock formations, but they were high above the lava, some disappearing into dark, smoke-filled openings in the distant walls. And then I saw them. They were not the gaunt figures, nor the spherical scavengers. These were different. They were massive, hulking forms, vaguely humanoid, but twisted and distorted, their skin a mottled, dark red, like cooled magma. They stood upright, perhaps 15 feet tall, their bodies heavily muscled and covered in rough, rocky scales. Their heads were broad and featureless, devoid of eyes, mouths, or noses, just a smooth, craggy expanse of dark rock. Their limbs were thick and powerful, ending in massive, blunt claws. There were perhaps a dozen of them, scattered across the various ledges and rock formations, seemingly dormant, blending in with the volcanic environment. They stood motionless, like ancient statues, their forms radiating an immense, silent power. They seemed to be guardians, or perhaps simply inhabitants of this fiery realm. My breath hitched, my heart hammered against my ribs. Another set of horrors. Another form of life utterly alien and terrifying. As I watched, one of the massive forms on a distant ledge stirred. Its rocky skin seemed to shift, and a faint, internal glow, like embers, pulsed beneath its surface. It slowly, ponderously turned its featureless head, its attention seemingly drawn by my presence, or perhaps by the distant dying throb of the organic chamber I had just left. It began to move, its massive clawed feet scraping against the volcanic rock with a low, resonant grind. Each step was deliberate, shaking the very ground beneath it. It was slow, but undeniably powerful. I couldn't fight these, not with my hunting knife, not with a dying flashlight. These things looked like they could tear me limb from limb with a single blow. I had to find a way across, a way out. My eyes scanned the intricate network of ledges and rock formations. The passage I was on seemed to lead to a wider platform further along the cliff face. From that platform, a series of smaller, more precarious ledges seemed to spiderweb across the cavern, some leading to narrow openings, others to sheer drops into the lava lake. One particular opening caught my attention. It was dark, high up on the far side of the cavern, almost directly opposite my position. It was smaller than the other openings, almost hidden amongst the towering rock pillars, but it had a distinct, almost regular shape, as if it was carved. It was a long shot, a very long, terrifying shot. It would require crossing the treacherous network of ledges, potentially encountering the massive, magma-skinned guardians, but it was the only direction that promised a definite exit. The heat was becoming unbearable. My skin was starting to burn, and I could feel blisters forming on my exposed arms. My mind, already frayed, was struggling to make sense of anything. This succession of alien environments, each more horrifying than the last, was slowly grinding me down. The massive guardian was moving faster now, its ponderous steps gaining momentum, its internal emberglow intensifying. It was heading towards one of the connecting ledges, a route that would eventually lead it to my position. I had a limited amount of time before it reached me. I made my decision. I had to move. I had to gamble. I took a deep, scorching breath, the sulfurous air burning my lungs. My muscles screamed in protest, my body protesting every movement, but my will to survive was a stubborn, primal fire. I started moving along the narrow ledge, my boots crunching on the sharp, volcanic rock. I kept low, my eyes constantly scanning the ledges above and below, watching for the hulking forms of the guardians. The heat was oppressive, radiating from the lava lake below and from the glowing fissures in the walls. Sweat streamed down my face, stinging my eyes. I could feel the vibrations of the massive guardian's footsteps through the rock, a deep, unsettling tremor. The ledge led to a wider platform, as I had anticipated. This platform was riddled with steaming vents, hissing and spitting superheated steam and noxious gases. I navigated through them carefully, my face and arms burning, trying to avoid the scalding jets. From this platform, several narrower ledges branched off, spanning across the cavern. I chose the one that seemed to offer the most direct route towards the distant, carved opening. It was barely wide enough for one person, a treacherous path of jagged, unstable rock, with sheer drops on either side into the bubbling lava below. As I stepped onto the narrow ledge, the first massive guardian was already on the next. As I stepped onto the narrow ledge, the first massive guardian was already on the next. Its immense form, radiating a faint internal emberglow, moved with a slow, grinding inevitability, each step sending tremors through the rock beneath my feet. The sheer scale of it, the raw power it exuded, was paralyzing. Its featureless head, a craggy expanse of dark rock, seemed to turn, a primal awareness fixing on my insignificant presence. I was trapped on this sliver of rock, a fragile insect beneath the gaze of a titan. The heat from the lava lake below was a constant, searing assault, burning my skin and turning my damp clothes into steaming agony. The air was thick with sulfur and ash, each breath a struggle. I could feel the vibrations of the guardian's approach, a low, resonant hum that pulsed through the rock. It was still perhaps 50 yards away, but that distance felt minuscule in this vast, terrifying space. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but a stubborn spark of defiance, fueled by sheer adrenaline, kept it at bay. I had survived the orange temple, the blue lake, and the monstrous living chamber. I wouldn't die here, not without a fight, or at least not without trying to escape. My eyes darted around, desperately searching for an alternative. The ledge I was on was a dead end in that direction, curving sharply inwards towards a sheer cliff face. My only option was forward, across the narrow, treacherous path towards the larger platform from which the other, more sprawling ledges branched off. But that path was directly in the Guardian's line of approach. Then I saw it, a small, dark fissure in the cliff face, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through, perhaps 20 feet ahead. It looked like a natural crack, not carved, but it offered a sliver of hope, a momentary hiding place. "Move," I rasped to myself, my voice hoarse from the dry, scorching air. I forced my legs to pump, scrambling forward along the narrow ledge, my boots slipping on loose volcanic scree. The heat intensified as I hugged the cliff wall, the rock radiating an infernal warmth. Behind me, the grind of the Guardian's footsteps grew louder, closer. It was gaining. I reached the fissure, throwing myself into it with desperate abandon. It was tighter than I expected, my backpack snagging on the sharp edges of the rock. I clawed my way inside, squeezing, pushing, ignoring the tearing of my clothes and the scraping of my skin. The darkness within was absolute, a welcome reprieve from the blinding red glow, but also a suffocating embrace. I jammed myself into the deepest part of the fissure, pressing against the cold, rough rock, trying to make myself as small as possible. My heart hammered against my ribs, a a frantic drumbeat against the deep, resonant grind of the Guardian's approach. It was right outside. The entire ledge vibrated. I could hear the slow, heavy scrape of its massive claws against the rock, right outside my hiding place. A shower of small stones and ash rained down on me from the fissure's opening. The air temperature inside the crack spiked, a wave of intense heat washing over me, carrying the acrid scent of sulfur. I held my breath, every muscle tense, my hand clutching the hunting knife, a pathetic defense against such a behemoth. I could feel the sheer bulk of it, its powerful presence filling the space just beyond my sanctuary. The very rock around me seemed to hum with its immense, silent power. It paused, an agonizing silence stretched, broken only by the hiss of distant steam vents and the ceaseless churning of the lava lake. Was it looking for me? Could it sense me? Its featureless head offered no clue, no eyes to meet, no expression to read. It was a force of nature, an embodiment of the cavern itself. Then, with a low, scraping sound, it resumed its slow, ponderous march. The tremors began to recede, the oppressive heat lessening as its immense form moved past my hiding place. I counted its footsteps, each one a thunderous grind that echoed through the cavern, until they faded into the general roar of the volcanic activity. I waited for several long minutes, straining my ears before daring to move. Slowly, cautiously, I edged my way back to the mouth of the fissure, peering out. The first Guardian was now a distant, hulking shadow, continuing its patrol along the cliff face. It had not seen me, or at least, it had not bothered to investigate. A small, fragile victory. I emerged from the fissure, gasping for breath, my body aching. My clothes were torn, my skin scraped and bleeding, but I was alive. I was still alive. The larger platform was now clear. I ran, my legs protesting with every step, the volcanic rock sharp beneath my boots. I reached the platform, a wider expanse of uneven, steaming rock, and immediately headed for the branch-off ledge I had identified earlier. It was narrow, treacherous, and offered a dizzying view of the churning lava hundreds of feet below. As I started across, the sheer scale of the cavern became even more apparent. Towering pillars of volcanic rock, some appearing to be natural formations, others perhaps carved or shaped by unknown hands, rose from the depths, disappearing into the hazy, smoke-filled ceiling. Bridges of natural rock connected these pillars at various heights, creating an intricate, deadly labyrinth. The air currents here were unpredictable, sudden gusts of superheated wind buffeting me, threatening to rip me from my precarious perch. I could see other Guardians now, their massive, dark red forms blending almost perfectly with the volcanic landscape. One stood motionless on a distant pillar, like a monolithic statue. Another was slowly emerging from a pool of shimmering, slightly cooled lava near the far wall, its rocky hide glowing with fresh, orange cracks. It was a slow, majestic, and utterly terrifying sight. My strategy shifted from evasion to extreme stealth. I moved slowly, deliberately, my senses on high alert. I hugged the rock face, testing each footfall before committing my weight. The hunting knife was still clenched in my hand, a useless token against these things, but a comfort nonetheless. My flashlight, still clutched in my other hand, was off, its battery too precious to waste. The pervasive reddish glow of the cavern provided enough dim light to see, though it cast long, dancing shadows that played tricks on my eyes, making every rock formation seem to shift and stir. The ledge wound its way around several jagged rock spurs, constantly changing elevation. At one point, I had to climb a short, near-vertical section, finding purchase in small cracks and crevices, my arms burning with effort. My backpack, still stubbornly attached, swung precariously, threatening to throw me off balance. I was perhaps halfway across the cavern when the ground beneath me trembled again, more violently this time. A deep, resonant roar, not quite a sound, but a vibration that seemed to tear through the very rock, echoed through the cavern. I froze, pressing myself against the wall, peering out from behind a jagged rock formation. The colossal lava lake below was no longer merely churning. Its surface began to swell, a vast molten wave rising in the center. Then, with a slow, agonizing groan of shifting rock, a massive island of dark, cooled magma began to rise from the depths. It was enormous, easily a quarter of a mile across, rising majestically, slowly pushing aside the incandescent lava. And on this rising island, half submerged in the molten rock, were more guardians, dozens of them. They were like gargantuan statues, made of the same dark red rocky material, some still glowing faintly with internal heat, others completely cooled. As the island continued its ascent, they began to stir, their massive forms slowly, ponderously coming to life. Their featureless heads turned, their silent awareness sweeping across the cavern. A wave of fear, cold and sharp despite the searing heat, washed over me. This wasn't just a cavern, it was a teeming nest. I had disturbed something ancient, something vast and powerful. The silent observation I had experienced from the first guardian now felt like a prelude to a far greater threat. The rhythmic grind of their awakening began, a collective, terrifying chorus that filled the cavern. The very air vibrated with their movements. They weren't just patrolling, they were rising, they were aware. I had to move faster, much faster. I scrambled forward, abandoning all pretense of stealth, my desperate flight now a race against time. The ledges became more treacherous, some crumbling under my weight, forcing me to leap across small gaps, my heart in my throat. I could feel the heat searing my skin, smell my hair singeing, but I pushed on, my mind focused solely on that distant, carved opening. I reached a section where the path seemed to disappear. A chasm, perhaps 20 feet wide, separated my ledge from another, higher one. Below was a sheer drop into the lava lake. I looked back. Several of the guardians from the rising island were now fully mobile, starting to climb the towering rock pillars, their massive forms scaling the sheer surfaces with terrifying ease. They were slow but relentless, and there were so many of them. There was no going back, only forward. I scanned the chasm, desperate. A narrow, almost imperceptible bridge of volcanic rock, no wider than my body, spanned the gap, but it was several feet above my current position. I would have to climb up to it, then carefully cross. I took a deep breath, sucking in the scorching, sulfurous air. I found a handhold, a rough protrusion of rock, and began to pull myself up, my muscles screaming. My fingers found purchase on the crumbling surface, scraping against the sharp edges. One hand, then the other, inching my way up, my feet scrabbling for purchase. Just as I reached the level of the bridge, a deep, resonant crack echoed through the cavern. I looked up just in time to see a massive rockfall from the ceiling, dislodged by the vibrations of the rising island. Boulders the size of small cars tumbled down, impacting various ledges and pillars. One, a truly colossal chunk of rock, smashed into the narrow bridge I was about to cross. The bridge exploded, sending shards of rock flying, disintegrating into a plume of dust and debris that plummeted into the lava lake, sending up a geyser of molten rock and sparks. My only path was gone. I dangled there, suspended between two chasms, the lava lake below and the chasm in front. The heat was unbearable. The guardians were getting closer. I was truly, utterly trapped. Despair, cold and profound, threatened to drag me into the abyss. This was it. This was the end. After all I had been through, all the horrors I had faced, I was going to be incinerated in this fiery hell. My eyes, stinging from sweat and ash, scanned the sheer rock face above me. There was nothing, just smooth, unbroken rock, rising hundreds of feet to the hazy ceiling. Then my gaze fell on something below the destroyed bridge, a faint, almost invisible crack in the cliff face, lower than my current position, just above the point where the cliff became an overhang, directly over the lava. It was another fissure, a slender opening, completely obscured by shadow. It looked impossibly small, a last, desperate gamble. With a surge of adrenaline, I let go of my current handhold, falling a few feet, landing hard on a narrow, almost invisible shelf of rock, barely wide enough for my boots. I immediately dropped to my hands and knees, my body pressed against the scorching rock. The heat from the lava below was now overwhelming, radiating up, making the air shimmer. The fissure was there just a few feet away, a dark sliver in the rock. It looked too narrow, too low, but it was a path, it was something. I crawled towards it, ignoring the pain, ignoring the heat. My fingers, numb and bleeding, found purchase on the rough edges of the opening. I pulled myself in, squeezing, forcing my way into the dark, narrow space. It was even tighter than the last fissure, a suffocating squeeze through solid rock. My backpack wedged, making it agonizingly slow. I had to push, wriggle, and claw my way forward, inch by painful inch. The rock pressed against me on all sides, a terrifying embrace. But it was cold, or at least cooler. The fissure provided a surprising degree of insulation from the scorching heat of the cavern. It was still hot, but bearable, and more importantly, it was silent. The grinding footsteps of the guardians, the churning of the lava, the distant groans of the cavern were all muted, distant echoes. I moved for what felt like an eternity, blindly crawling through the absolute darkness, my hands scraping against the sharp, volcanic rock. I could feel the passage gradually widening, sloping downwards. It felt like I was crawling into the bowels of the mountain itself. Then ahead a faint light, not red, not blue, not purple, a dull, earthy brown. Hope, fragile and fleeting, surged through me, a new passage, a new environment, a new horror perhaps, but at least it wasn't the lava lake. I pushed forward, the passage finally widening enough for me to stand. I emerged into a vast, earthen tunnel, lit by faint, glowing patches of an orange-brown moss that covered the walls and ceiling. The air here was cool, damp, and smelled strongly of earth and minerals, a welcome change from the sulfurous heat. This was a natural cave system, but on a scale I had never imagined. The tunnel was immense, perhaps 50 feet high and 30 wide, stretching into the distance like a subterranean highway. The floor was rough earth, covered in scattered rocks and the same glowing moss. I stumbled forward, my legs weak, my body shaking. The journey through the volcanic cavern had taken its toll. I was dehydrated, exhausted, and my skin felt raw and burned. As I walked, I noticed something else. Along the walls of the tunnel, carved into the glowing moss-covered rock, were a series of symbols. They weren't the sharp, angular runes of the orange temple, nor the smooth, featureless surfaces of the blue and organic chambers. These were rough, primitive carvings, depicting animal-like figures, strange, distorted humanoid shapes, and repeating geometric patterns. They seemed ancient, almost primordial, etched by hands long lost to time. They resonated with a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a subtle vibration that seemed to emanate from the moss itself. It was different from the mechanical thrum of the crystal, or the organic pulse of the heart chamber. This was a quiet, earthy resonance, a low, constant vibration that spoke of ancient power, of deep earth magic. I followed the tunnel, my pace slow and deliberate. The moss provided enough light to see, and I saved my dying flashlight. The silence was profound, broken only by the faint drip of water and my own ragged breathing. It was a desolate, empty silence, but also a peaceful one, a temporary reprieve from the relentless dangers. After a long period of walking, the tunnel began to narrow. The walls, still covered in the glowing moss, pressed in. The air grew colder and the earthy smell intensified. Ahead, the tunnel curved sharply, disappearing into absolute darkness. I paused, switching on my flashlight. Its beam was weak, flickering, a dying gasp of light, but it was enough. It revealed a much narrower passage, descending steeply, the walls here carved with even more intricate, ancient symbols. The moss glowed with a slightly brighter intensity here, as if reacting to the deeper power. I followed the passage downwards, the air growing colder, heavier. The carved symbols became more frequent, more complex, telling a story I couldn't understand, but one that filled me with a sense of immense antiquity. It felt like I was descending into the very core of this alien world. Then the passage opened into a chamber. It was vast, perfectly circular, and unlike anything I had seen before. The walls were made of a single, colossal slab of obsidian-like rock, perfectly smooth and polished, reflecting the faint, glowing moss from the entrance passage like a dark, distorted mirror. In the center of the chamber, suspended in midair by an unseen force, was a gigantic, perfectly spherical orb of pure darkness. It wasn't just a lack of light, it absorbed light. My dying flashlight beam aimed directly at it was swallowed whole, extinguished without a trace, leaving only a faint halo around its edges. It was a void, a black hole of pure non-existence, somehow held suspended in this silent chamber. It pulsed, not with light or sound, but with an absence, a profound, chilling anti-presence that seemed to suck the very warmth and life out of the air. The air in the chamber was utterly still, profoundly cold, and held a peculiar metallic tang, like ozone mixed with something infinitely ancient. The silence was absolute, heavier than any silence I had experienced before, as if sound itself was being drawn into the dark orb. I stood at the entrance, frozen, staring at the terrifying anomaly. It was the antithesis of the orange crystals radiating energy, the blue lake's glowing liquid, the organic heart's pulsating life, and the lava lake's burning heat. This was a void, an endpoint, a profound nothingness that defied all laws of physics. As I watched, mesmerized by its terrifying beauty, faint, shimmering lines of energy, almost invisible, began to emanate from the surface of the black orb, extending outwards like an unseen web, touching the obsidian walls of the chamber. They pulsed, a silent, rhythmic contraction and expansion, as if the orb was breathing. Then, from the smooth obsidian walls, figures began to coalesce. They weren't guardians or scavengers or the gaunt figures. These were different. They were made of pure shadow, amorphous, shifting forms that seemed to peel themselves from the obsidian, dissolving and reforming with liquid grace. They had no discernible features, just tall, slender outlines like wraiths, their forms darker than the surrounding darkness, somehow creating a negative image. There were perhaps a dozen of them, slowly emerging from the walls, their movements silent, their presence a chilling emptiness that made the air around them feel even colder. They seemed to be drawn to the black orb, their shadowy forms slowly circling it, like silent, ethereal attendants. I felt no psychic pressure from them, no anger, no hunger, just a profound, unsettling indifference, a cold, alien presence that watched, waited, and absorbed. My flashlight, its beam now barely a flicker, chose that moment to die completely, plunging me into profound darkness save for the faint glow of the moss from the passage entrance. I cursed silently, my hand still gripping the useless casing. The shadow figures, now fully formed, turned their attention towards me. They didn't move towards me, but their collective, silent awareness was now focused, a chilling, invisible gaze that pierced through the darkness. I could feel the cold radiating from them, an unnatural chill that seemed to seep into my very bones, threatening to freeze my blood. I took a hesitant step back, my heart pounding in my chest. This was a place of ultimate entropy, a domain of absence. I had no weapon against something that absorbed light, life, and even sound. My gaze darted around the chamber, desperate. The only way out was the passage I had come from, but now, even that seemed fraught with peril. These shadow figures, while seemingly indifferent, were also completely unknown. As I hesitated, the black orb in the center of the chamber began to pulse with a subtle, inward contraction. The shimmering energy lines emanating from it intensified, glowing with a faint, dark violet hue. The shadow figures around it paused, their amorphous forms shrinking slightly, as if drawn to the orb's subtle power. Then from the smooth obsidian floor, directly in front of me, a small section began to ripple, like liquid metal. It expanded, growing larger, forming a perfectly circular opening in the floor, perhaps 10 feet in diameter. It was a well, a shaft of profound darkness, stretching down into an infinite, abyssal void. No light, no glow, nothing. Just pure, unadulterated darkness, a deeper black than the orb itself, an ultimate absence that seemed to stretch into eternity. The shadow figures shifted, their attention now divided between me and the opening shaft. Their collective presence felt like a silent command, an unspoken invitation. This was another passage, another path, the way forward. My mind reeled. Each realm had been more extreme, more alien than the last. Orange temple, blue lake, organic chamber, volcanic cavern, and now this chamber of absence. Each was a test, a gauntlet, and each had pushed me further and further from sanity, further and further from the world I knew. I looked at the shaft, at the terrifying, absolute darkness within. It was terrifying, yes, but also beckoning. A final challenge, a final plunge into the unknown. I had no choice. There was nowhere else to go. The shadow figures were indifferent, but their presence was unsettling, and I didn't want to find out what happened if I lingered. With a deep, shaky breath, I approached the edge of the shaft. The air around it was even colder, colder than anything I had experienced, a bone-deep chill that made my teeth ache. I could feel an upward draft, a subtle, cold wind, emanating from the abyssal darkness, carrying a faint, ancient scent I couldn't quite place. I peered into the void. It was truly bottomless. No light, no sound, no discernible features, just pure, absolute darkness. I couldn't bring myself to jump. My legs were trembling uncontrollably. This was too much. I was at the end of my rope, physically and mentally. As I hesitated, one of the shadow figures, an amorphous mass larger than the others, detached itself from the obsidian wall. It drifted towards me, slowly, silently, its form rippling and shifting, growing larger, more substantial. It wasn't menacing, but its approach was inexorable, its silent presence a chilling pressure that threatened to crush me. It was urging me, guiding me, or pushing me. My mind screamed. I was going to die here. absorbed into the void or frozen solid by these wraiths. Then a sudden, sharp pain flared in my pocket. My hand went to it instinctively. It was the totem. The small, intricately carved object made of petrified bone or wood, the one I had taken from the orange temple, the one that had repelled the gaunt figures. It had been inert since then, cold and dead, but now it was pulsing faintly, vibrating with a cold, dull energy. It wasn't a powerful jolt like before, but a subtle, persistent thrum. It felt hungry. Or perhaps it was reacting to the profound absence, the absolute darkness of the orb and the shaft. An insane idea sparked in my mind. What if this totem, a piece of this ancient, alien world, was not just a weapon against one type of creature, but a key, a connection to the deeper systems of this place? I clutched the totem, feeling its cold, dull pulse against my palm. The shadow figure was closer now, its form towering over me, a silent, formless giant. With a desperate cry that echoed strangely in the profound silence, I raised the totem, not pointing it, but holding it out, as if offering it to the void. The totem pulsed, its dull energy intensifying for a split second, a faint, dark violet shimmer. And then, from the bottomless shaft, a powerful, invisible force erupted upwards, a tremendous, concussive blast of pure cold that slammed into me. I gasped, the air ripped from my lungs, my body thrown backward. I hit the obsidian floor with a jarring impact, my head cracking against the hard, polished surface. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and for a moment the chamber spun, the black orb and shadow figures blurring into a chaotic vortex. But the cold blast hadn't been hostile. It had been a transfer. As I lay there, dazed and disoriented, I felt something. The totem, still clenched in my hand, was now glowing, not with light, but with an internal cold, a faint, dark violet luminescence that pulsed rhythmically, a subtle echo of the black orb. It felt alive again, but infused with the essence of this realm, cold, absence, void. The shadow figures around the black orb paused, their amorphous forms contracting slightly, as if in recognition, or perhaps a strange form of awe. The large shadow figure that had approached me halted, its presence no longer pressing, but now observing. My head throbbed, a dull ache blooming behind my eyes. I pushed myself up, groaning, my body screaming in protest. The obsidian floor was intensely cold against my hands. The totem was still glowing, a faint, cold light. It felt heavy in my hand now, charged with a new, dark energy. It was no longer a weapon of destruction, but something else, a connection, a conduit. The void shaft in the floor was still open, still pulling at me with its chilling draft, but now it no longer felt like a death trap. It felt like a path. I stumbled to my feet, my legs wobbly, my mind struggling to comprehend the rapid succession of horrors and strange energies. I had no idea what this totem was, or what it truly did, but it had reacted to each environment in some way. It had saved me once, and now it had seemingly changed, adapted. I looked at the black orb, then at the shadow figures, then at the shaft. There was no other way. Clutching the now faintly glowing totem, I took a deep, shaky breath. I walked to the edge of the shaft, my boots finding purchase on the cold, smooth obsidian. The upward cold draft pulled at my clothes, rustling my hair. I closed my eyes, took one last look at the chamber of absence, at the silent, observing shadow figures, at the terrifying black orb that absorbed all. Then, with a final, desperate surge of courage, I stepped into the void. It was not a fall, it was a descent. The cold draft intensified, pulling me downwards, not violently, but gently, inexorably, as if I was weightless. The darkness was absolute, but it no longer felt terrifying. It felt enveloping. A strange, serene calm settled over me. The totem in my hand pulsed with its faint, cold violet glow, a tiny beacon in the infinite blackness, illuminating nothing, but somehow comforting. I descended for what felt like hours, floating effortlessly through the pure, frigid darkness. Time lost all meaning. There was no sound, no sensation, no direction. Only the constant, gentle pull downwards and the faint, cold pulse of the totem in my hand. My body, exhausted and broken, found a strange, temporary peace in this suspended animation. Just as I thought I would drift forever in this abyssal void, a faint light appeared below me. Not a glow, but a flicker. A distant, shimmering, golden light, barely perceptible in the vast darkness. The gentle descent began to slow, then reversed. I was now slowly ascending, floating upwards towards the golden light, drawn by an unseen force. The cold in the shaft began to dissipate, replaced by a subtle, growing warmth. The air, though still thin, felt strangely clean, pure. The golden light grew stronger, resolving into a diffuse, ambient glow that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. The shaft opened into a vast, cavernous space, completely different from any I had encountered before. The walls, ceiling, and floor were not rock, or ice, or flesh, but made of polished, gleaming gold. Not raw, dull gold, but a luminous, radiant metal that glowed with an inner light, suffusing the entire space with a warm, golden radiance. It was a chamber of immense proportions, a colossal vault of pure, shimmering gold. The air here was warm, dry, and clean, carrying a faint, sweet scent like honey and rich spices. It was a stark contrast to the previous environments, a realm of warmth and light after the chill of the void. I landed softly on the golden floor, my boots making no sound. The totem in my hand had stopped glowing, its cold energy now completely dissipated. It felt inert again, a useless lump of bone or wood. I stood there dazed, my eyes blinking rapidly against the overwhelming golden light. This was a place of impossible beauty, of unimaginable wealth, a sanctuary of pure light and warmth. Yet it was also profoundly alien, unnerving in its perfection. The chamber was circular, like the obsidian chamber, but far larger. Its golden walls rose to a soaring, vaulted ceiling, adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shift and shimmer in the radiant light. They depicted figures of impossible grace and beauty, humanoid but ethereal, with long, flowing robes and serene, luminous faces. They were not distorted or monstrous, but benevolent, divine, their forms radiating an aura of profound wisdom and peace. In the center of the chamber, suspended in midair just like the black orb, was a colossal, radiant sphere of pure golden light. It pulsed, not with a mechanical thrum or an organic throb or an absence, but with a gentle, rhythmic wave of pure energy that filled the entire chamber, suffusing it with light, warmth, and a palpable sense of peace. This was the source of the golden glow, the heart of this luminous realm. From this radiant sphere, countless shimmering strands of golden light, like gossamer threads, extended outwards, attaching themselves to the golden walls, pulsating with soft, rhythmic bursts of energy. They formed an intricate, luminous web, a network that seemed to channel and distribute the life-giving light throughout the vast chamber. The floor was perfectly smooth, polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the golden light with dazzling intensity. There were no creatures here, no scavengers, no guardians, no shadow figures, only the silence, the warmth, and the pervasive golden light. But I was not alone. As I gazed at the radiant sphere, a subtle ripple appeared in the air beside it. It coalesced, not into a shadow, but into pure light. A figure began to form, slowly, gracefully, from the shimmering golden essence of the chamber itself. It was humanoid, taller than me, slender and elegant, its form radiating a soft, golden light. Its face was serene, perfectly symmetrical, devoid of harsh angles, its eyes large and luminous, like pools of liquid gold. It wore robes that seemed woven from pure light, shimmering and flowing, responding to the gentle pulses of the central sphere. It had no discernible gender, no specific age, just an aura of ancient, profound wisdom. It was one of the beings depicted in the wall carvings, brought to life. It was beautiful, terrifyingly so, and it was observing me. It didn't speak, it didn't move towards me. It simply was. Its presence was overwhelming, yet calming, filling the space with a sense of immense, benevolent power. I felt no fear, no aggression from it, only a quiet, unwavering curiosity, an ancient awareness that seemed to penetrate my very soul. It was assessing me, understanding me, without a single word or gesture. My mind, battered and frayed, struggled to process this new encounter. After all the horrors, all the raw, destructive power, here was something different, something ancient and beautiful, but equally alien. The figure extended a hand towards me, its palm open, not a threatening gesture, but an invitation. In its palm, shimmering with the same golden light as the chamber, was a small, intricately carved object. It was a key, a small golden key, shaped like a stylized feather, glowing with a soft, inner luminescence. It was clearly an offering, a gift, or a test. My eyes darted from the key to the figure's serene face, then to the radiant golden sphere. This was a crossroads. I had found a source of immense, benevolent power, the antithesis of the black orb, and now I was being offered something. I didn't know what the key was for, or what it unlocked, but I knew, with a certainty that transcended logic, that it was important, a vital component to navigating this impossible world. I reached out, my hand trembling slightly, and took the golden key. As my fingers closed around it, a jolt of warm, gentle energy flowed up my arm, not painful like the totem, but soothing, invigorating. It felt like pure sunlight, like life itself. The key warmed in my palm, pulsing faintly with its golden light, a miniature sun in my hand. The luminous figure smiled, a subtle, ethereal gesture that radiated peace. Its golden eyes, ancient and wise, seemed to hold a vast universe of understanding. Then it dissolved. Slowly, gracefully, its form shimmered, its light diffusing back into the golden essence of the chamber, leaving behind only the warm, radiant glow and the pervasive sense of peace. I stood alone in the golden chamber, the golden key clutched in my hand, its warmth a comforting presence against my skin. My body, though still aching and bruised, felt strangely revitalized, infused with a subtle energy. The profound sense of peace in the chamber was almost overwhelming, a balm to my fractured mind. I looked at the key, then around the vast, circular chamber. There were no obvious exits, no doors, no passages, just the smooth, gleaming golden walls. As I turned the key over in my palm, its golden light pulsed with a new intensity. And then, a section of the golden wall directly opposite where I stood began to ripple, not like liquid, but like pure light shifting and reforming. It parted. A passage opened in the golden wall, not carved or torn, but simply appearing, revealing a tunnel of shimmering, iridescent light. It was wider than any passage I had encountered, almost an avenue, and it stretched into an infinite distance, bathed in a soft, ethereal, rainbow-hued glow, the air emanating from it was cool, refreshing, and carried a faint, almost imperceptible musical hum, like wind chimes played by an unseen hand. It was beautiful, but also strangely disorienting. I stepped into the shimmering tunnel, the golden key still warm in my hand. The light here was unlike anything I had ever witnessed. It wasn't a solid color, but a constantly shifting, fluid spectrum of iridescent hues that flowed along the walls, ceiling, and floor. It was like walking through a living rainbow, where every surface was a kaleidoscope of light. The passage seemed to stretch on forever, an endless corridor of shimmering beauty. The air around me shimmered, too, and with each step I felt a subtle change in pressure, a slight shift in the very fabric of reality. It was like walking through water, but without the resistance, a strange, weightless sensation that made my movements feel fluid and dreamlike. The musical hum intensified, a symphony of soft, ethereal notes that resonated deep within my chest, calming my frayed nerves even as it filled me with a sense of wonder. I moved forward, completely awestruck. My exhaustion, though still present, felt strangely muted in this ethereal space. The golden key in my hand seemed to glow with a faint echo of the passage's light, a harmonious resonance that I found oddly comforting. The passage continued its shimmering path for what felt like a very long time. I lost track of how many steps I took, how many minutes or hours passed. Time felt fluid here, stretched and compressed at random. Sometimes the shimmering tunnel seemed to race past me, the iridescent colors blurring into a stream of light. At other times it slowed to a crawl, each individual hue distinct and vibrant, making me feel as though I was standing still while the universe flowed around me. I encountered no creatures, no obstacles, no direct threats. This passage was a realm of pure energy, a conduit of light and sound, leading me deeper into the heart of this impossible world. The benevolent aura of the golden chamber still lingered, a gentle, guiding presence that made this journey less terrifying than the others, despite its profound alienness. As I walked, I began to notice subtle shifts in the iridescent light. The colors started to coalesce into more defined patterns, intricate fractals of light that danced and swirled on the walls, constantly changing. They were like complex equations, or perhaps a language made of pure light, conveying information I couldn't comprehend. The musical hum also evolved, becoming more complex, more layered. It was no longer just a simple melody, but a rich tapestry of sound, weaving together notes that seemed to defy earthly physics. It was beautiful, breathtaking, but also overwhelming, threatening to overload my senses. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting the colors wash over my eyelids, letting the sound resonate through my bones. When I opened my eyes, the passage was beginning to change again. The iridescent light, while still vibrant, was starting to focus, to condense. The shimmering walls were becoming less ethereal, taking on a more structured appearance. The flowing colors began to settle, forming distinct, translucent panels that glowed with an inner radiance. The air grew heavier, losing its dreamlike fluidity. The musical hum softened, becoming a background thrum, a constant, low vibration that pulsed through the floor beneath my feet. Ahead, the passage widened, opening into another vast chamber. This chamber was a marvel of impossible engineering and luminous architecture. It was immense, circular, and constructed entirely of a material that resembled solidified light. The walls were tall, translucent crystalline structures, glowing with a soft, internal radiance that varied in hue from pale blue to emerald green, then to soft violet. It was like being inside a colossal gemstone, cut with impossible precision. The air here was cool, sterile, and carried a faint, sweet ozone smell, like after a thunderstorm. The floor was perfectly smooth, made of the same luminous, crystalline material, reflecting the soft, shifting lights of the walls, creating an endless, dazzling play of color. In the center of the chamber, a colossal mechanism pulsed with a silent, rhythmic beat. It wasn't organic like the heart chamber, nor elemental like the lava lake, nor abstract like the black orb or golden sphere. This was a machine, but one crafted from pure light and impossible physics. It was a towering structure, perhaps 100 feet tall, made of interconnected, rotating rings of luminous crystal. These rings spun silently, independently at varying speeds, their surfaces covered in intricate, glowing glyphs that shifted and shimmered as they turned. In the very heart of this mechanism, a central column of pure, focused light pulsed with an intense, bright white glow, expanding and contracting with each silent beat. From this central column, countless thin tendrils of light, like fiber optics, extended outwards, embedding themselves into the translucent crystalline walls, distributing power and information throughout the chamber. This was the source of the chamber's radiant glow, its subtle hum, and its constant, shifting energies. I stood there mesmerized by the sheer scale and complexity of it. This was the most technologically advanced, or magically advanced. It was hard to tell the difference here, environment I had encountered. It felt like a control room, a central processing unit for something vast and ancient. As I moved closer, I noticed more details. Along the inner surface of the crystalline walls, at various intervals, were recessed alcoves. Within each alcove, suspended in midair, was a single, smaller version of the central light mechanism, pulsing with its own internal glow. These smaller mechanisms seemed to be receiving energy from the main structure, acting as relays or sub-processors. The golden key in my hand suddenly felt very important. This place felt like a lock, a system waiting to be activated or controlled. As I approached the central mechanism, a new presence made itself known. They were not solid, they were not shadow, they were beings of pure light. They shimmered into existence from the luminous walls, coalescing from the ambient glow itself. They were humanoid in shape, tall and slender, their forms resembling finely sculpted glass, but filled with a vibrant inner light that pulsed and flowed. They had no discernible features, no faces, no limbs in the traditional sense, just a graceful, elongated form that seemed to shimmer and phase in and out of focus. There were perhaps a dozen of them, silently drifting around the central mechanism, their movements fluid and ethereal, like dancers in a cosmic ballet. They didn't seem to notice me at first, their attention focused on the pulsing light machine, as if tending to it. Then one of them, larger and more intensely luminous than the others, slowly turned its glowing form towards me. Its inner light intensified, a silent flare that illuminated the immediate area. It drifted towards me, not with menace, but with a sense of deliberate purpose, a quiet, intelligent curiosity. It stopped a few feet away, its luminous form shimmering, its presence radiating a powerful, but not aggressive, energy. I felt a subtle probe in my mind, not a painful intrusion, but a gentle, inquisitive touch seeking to understand. I stood my ground, clutching the golden key. I had no idea how to communicate with a being made of light or what it wanted, but I had learned by now that some of these beings, though alien, were not inherently hostile. The light being extended a glowing appendage, not a hand, but a shimmering extension of its form, towards me. It pointed silently at the golden key in my hand, then at the central light mechanism. It wanted me to use the key. My heart pounded, but I felt a strange sense of calm. This was the purpose of the key then. It wasn't a weapon, but a tool, a key to understanding or interacting with this impossible technology. I looked at the central mechanism, then back at the luminous being, which remained still, its inner light pulsing, patiently waiting. I approached the central light mechanism, its immense size dwarfing me. The intricate, glowing glyphs on the rotating rings seemed to swirl faster as I got closer, their patterns becoming more complex, more active. The central column of pure white light pulsed with a powerful energy, radiating a subtle warmth. I looked for a lock, a keyhole, anything, but there was nothing obvious, just smooth, glowing crystal. The light being drifted closer, its form shimmering. It extended its appendage again, this time pointing at a specific section of the central column, near its base. I peered closer. There, barely perceptible amidst the pulsing light, was a small indentation, a perfectly circular recess in the crystalline structure. It was small, no bigger than my thumb, and perfectly round. My golden key, however, was shaped like a stylized feather. It wouldn't fit. I looked back at the light being, a question forming in my mind. It seemed to anticipate my thought. Its form shimmered, and it projected a silent image directly into my mind. It was a clear, concise instruction. The image showed the golden key in my hand, then it showed the key transforming, its feather shape flowing and shifting, becoming a perfect, luminous circle, precisely the size of the indentation. Then, the transformed key slotted into the recess, and the central mechanism pulsed with a new, vibrant energy. It wanted me to will the key to change, to adapt. This was a new challenge. I had no idea how to do that, how to mentally manipulate an object, but I had experienced so much impossible magic in this place. I wasn't entirely surprised. The totem had changed, adapted. Perhaps the key could, too. I focused on the golden key in my hand. I thought about the circular indentation. I concentrated, willing the key to transform to match the shape. I closed my eyes, picturing the key flowing, its feathery edges smoothing, rounding, becoming a perfect circle of golden light. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a subtle warmth spread from the key into my palm, a gentle hum resonating through my hand. And then I felt it. The key shifted, not physically, but in a deeper, more fundamental way. Its physical form didn't change, but its essence seemed to adapt, to become pliable. I opened my eyes. The key in my hand still looked like a feather, but it felt different. It felt ready. I placed the tip of the feather-shaped key against the circular indentation. As it made contact, the key flowed. Its golden essence, like liquid metal, seeped into the recess, perfectly filling the circular shape, becoming one with the light machine. It didn't lose its form entirely. Rather, it became a perfect, circular, golden stopper, embedded seamlessly into the crystalline structure. As it settled into place, a powerful, resonant thum echoed through the chamber. A sound felt deep in my bones rather than heard with my ears. The central column of white light intensified dramatically, flaring outwards, illuminating the entire chamber with a brilliant, blinding white light. The rotating crystalline rings sped up, blurring into streams of pure energy, their glyphs glowing with incredible vibrancy. The light beings around me shimmered with renewed energy, their forms pulsing faster, brighter. as if feeding from the surge of power. They turned their collective luminous forms towards the central mechanism, their silent attentiveness now a profound reverence. And then the chamber began to change. The luminous crystalline walls began to shift, their translucent surfaces rippling like water. The glowing colors intensified, cycling through the entire spectrum with dazzling speed. The floor vibrated, a gentle, rhythmic tremor that spread throughout the vast space. Above me, the vaulted ceiling began to open, not in a physical sense, but through a gradual thinning of the crystalline material, revealing something beyond. It wasn't the smoky ceiling of the volcanic cavern or the rough rock of the earthen tunnels. It was a swirling vortex of pure energy, a cosmic tapestry of nebulae and distant stars, shimmering in countless colors. It was like looking into the very heart of the universe. The central light mechanism, now infused with the golden key's power, began to project a focused beam of pure white light upwards, directly into the swirling cosmic vortex above. The beam widened, spreading outwards, opening a pathway, a tunnel of light that stretched into the impossible reaches of space. This was a gateway, a portal. The light being that had guided me floated forward, its form radiating a silent, profound understanding. It extended its shimmering appendage, pointing at the ascending beam of light, then at me. It was my turn to go, to step into the gateway. I looked up at the portal, at the swirling cosmos beyond, a pathway to dimensions unimaginable. It was terrifying, yet exhilarating. Each step of this journey had been a plunge into the unknown, a journey through impossible realms. And now, the universe itself was opening up to me. I approached the ascending beam of light, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and awe. The air around it crackled with raw energy, a faint, almost imperceptible ozone smell filling my nostrils. The golden key was still embedded in the central mechanism, a permanent part of this wondrous machine, its purpose fulfilled. As I stepped into the beam, it felt like stepping into pure energy. My body tingled, a gentle, vibrating sensation that spread from my toes to the top of my head. The light embraced me, warm and soothing, not blinding. I felt a sense of uplift, a subtle pull upwards, as if I was being gently levitated. The luminous beings, the silent attendants of this realm, watched me go, their forms radiating a collective farewell, a silent blessing. I ascended slowly, gracefully, through the tunnel of light, rising higher and higher. The crystalline chamber below me began to shrink, becoming a luminous dot in the distance, its glowing mechanism and light beings receding from view. The cosmic vortex above me expanded, revealing more of its impossible beauty, its swirling colors and distant stars. I was floating through space, or something akin to it. There was no air, no sound, no sense of gravity, just the pervasive, comforting light that enveloped me, guiding me upwards. I looked down, seeing the luminous light chamber, and realized how far I had come, how many impossible worlds I had traversed. I continued to ascend for what felt like an eternity. Time again became meaningless, a forgotten concept. My physical body, usually so heavy and prone to exhaustion, felt weightless, unburdened. My mind, usually so fraught with fear and anxiety, found a strange, profound peace in this cosmic journey. The swirling vortex of colors and stars began to coalesce, to focus, taking on a new structure. It was like watching a galaxy form, or a universe being born, right before my eyes. The individual stars resolved into intricate patterns, not random, but arranged with mathematical precision, forming complex, glowing constellations. The colors intensified, becoming more vibrant, more alive. They swirled and merged, creating illusions of depth and distance that defied perception. It was beautiful, but also overwhelming, a sensory feast that threatened to shatter my grasp on reality. Then the upward motion slowed, then stopped. I hung suspended in the very heart of this cosmic tapestry, a tiny speck amidst impossible grandeur. Around me, the stars and nebulae were not just distant objects. They were vibrant, tangible forms, shimmering and pulsing with life. I felt as though I was touching them, or perhaps they were touching me. The air, which had been absent, now returned thin and crisp, carrying a faint, ethereal scent of something utterly unknown, yet strangely familiar, like ancient memories stirred from a deep sleep. And then I saw them. They were not solid, not gaseous, not light, not shadow. They were beings of pure, solidified starlight. They coalesced from the surrounding cosmic tapestry, shimmering into existence from the vibrant nebulae and distant stars. They were immense, far larger than any being I had encountered, easily hundreds of feet tall, their forms stretching across the cosmic landscape. They were vaguely serpentine or draconic in shape, with long, flowing bodies made of swirling stardust and bright, luminous constellations. Their heads were regal and majestic, adorned with crowns of pure light, their eyes like twin suns, radiating an ancient, immeasurable wisdom. There were only a few of them, perhaps 5 or 6, drifting majestically through the cosmic void, their movements slow and deliberate like planets in orbit. They radiated an aura of immense, cosmic power, a presence that transcended all understanding. These were truly beings of cosmic scale, older than stars, living constellations. They were watching me, their sun-like eyes, though devoid of individual features, focused on my small, fragile form with a profound, unwavering gaze. I felt no fear from them, no aggression, no curiosity, only a deep, ancient understanding, a cosmic awareness that permeated my very being. I felt like an atom, an insignificant speck of dust, in the presence of gods. These were the true masters of this impossible world, the architects of its infinite realms, the weavers of its strange realities. One of them, the largest and most luminous, drifted closer. Its form was a swirling galaxy, its head a crown of burning stars. It extended a massive, shimmering appendage, not towards me, but towards a point in the cosmic tapestry directly in front of me. And then it spoke. Not with sound, not with words, but with an immense, resonant vibration that echoed through my very soul, a language made of pure thought and cosmic energy. The message was clear, direct, and overwhelmingly powerful. You have traversed the realms. You have faced the trials. You have shown resilience, ingenuity, and courage beyond your fragile form. You have proven worthy. The voice, or rather, the thought vibration, filled my mind, overwhelming my senses. It was ancient, profound, and utterly alien, yet somehow it conveyed a sense of benevolent judgment, a recognition of my journey. This is the nexus, the heart of all realms, and your journey, mortal, is not yet complete. There is one final passage, the path to understanding, the path to the truth. As the starlight being spoke, the point in the cosmic tapestry it had indicated began to change. The swirling colors intensified, the distant stars coalesced, and a rift opened. Not a door, not a tunnel, but a tear in the fabric of space itself, revealing something beyond. It was pure white, not the brilliant white of the light chamber, nor the blinding white of a sun, but a profound, absolute, pure white, shimmering with an inner light that seemed to contain all colors, all possibilities, and all truths. It was a realm of pure potential, a place where reality itself was fluid. From within this realm of pure white, a faint, almost imperceptible melody began to emanate. It was a simple, repetitive tune, familiar yet utterly unknown, like a forgotten lullaby echoing from the deepest corners of memory. It was beautiful, haunting, and filled with a profound sense of longing. Go, the starlight being's thought resonated, its sun-like eyes fixed on me. The final truth awaits, the answer to your questions, the heart of all that is. I was terrified but also profoundly moved. This was it, the culmination of my impossible journey, the ultimate destination. I looked back at the starlight beings, silent giants made of galaxies, their presence radiating a quiet, ancient power. They were guardians, watchers, perhaps even creators. They had led me to this point. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I turned towards the rift in the cosmic tapestry, towards the realm of pure white. The haunting melody grew stronger, pulling me towards it, a siren song of ultimate knowledge. I floated forward, drawn by an invisible current, towards the shimmering white gateway. As I approached, the air grew incredibly still, incredibly pure, and held a faint, sweet scent, like freshly fallen snow mixed with something infinitely old. I passed through the threshold, stepping from the cosmic void into the realm of pure white. It was a chamber of infinite dimensions, yet no dimensions. The walls, ceiling, and floor were not there, or rather, they were all one single, continuous expanse of pure, absolute white light. There were no shadows, no discernible edges, no direction. It was a space without boundaries, a realm of pure essence. The air here was cool, crisp, and clean, tasting faintly of ozone and something akin to pure potential. The haunting melody permeated everything, resonating in every particle of this infinite white space. It was the only constant, the only anchor in this boundless realm. I felt no gravity, no weight. I was floating, suspended in the absolute white, my body feeling lighter than air, almost ethereal. My physical form, scarred and battered, felt strangely healed, made whole by the pervasive pure light. My mind, so frayed and exhausted, was clear, focused, and profoundly calm. This was a place of ultimate clarity, of ultimate truth. In the very center of this infinite white space, suspended in midair, was a single object. It was small, no bigger than my hand, and utterly unremarkable in its simplicity. It was a perfectly smooth, unblemished sphere, made of a material that seemed to absorb and emit the pure white light simultaneously. It pulsed, not with visible light, but with an internal, subtle energy that seemed to be the source of the haunting melody. This was the heart of it all, the source, the origin. As I drifted closer, the sphere began to glow more intensely, its inner light flaring, its melody growing louder, more intricate, more profound. It was a song of creation, a melody that contained all the sounds of the universe, compressed into a single, beautiful, haunting tune. And then from within the sphere, a subtle ripple appeared on its surface. It expanded, revealing an inner light, a swirling vortex of colors and energies, like a miniature galaxy contained within. From this vortex, images began to project themselves into my mind, not as static pictures, but as living, breathing memories, flowing with incredible speed and clarity. I saw the Orange Temple not as a ruin, but as it once was, a vibrant, bustling city filled with beings whose forms were shifting and fluid, their minds connected by a vast psychic network, tending to the giant crystal, a source of incredible power and knowledge. They were artists, engineers, philosophers, their lives dedicated to understanding the universe. I saw the blue lake not as a frozen prison, but as a vast, shimmering ocean, teeming with vibrant, bioluminescent life, home to beings of pure energy and thought, who communicated through complex light patterns, creating a living symphony beneath the waves. They were gentle, ancient caretakers of primal energies. I saw the living chamber not as a monstrous organ, but as a colossal symbiotic organism, a living biofactory, tended by other organic beings, its pulsating heart sustaining an entire ecosystem of flora and fauna, transforming raw energy into new life forms. It was a place of ceaseless biological creation and evolution. I saw the volcanic cavern not as a hellish abyss, but as a forge of creation, a foundry where the magma-skinned guardians, elemental beings of rock and fire, shaped the raw matter of planets, forming moons and stars, their slow, deliberate movements the cosmic dance of planetary formation. They were builders, sculptors of the cosmos. I saw the obsidian chamber not as a void of absence, but as a nexus of potential, where the shadow figures, beings of pure negative energy, balanced the forces of creation and destruction, ensuring equilibrium, absorbing excess energy to prevent cosmic collapse. They were preservers, balancers, the silent arbiters of cosmic entropy. I saw the golden chamber not as an ethereal sanctuary, but as a place of enlightenment, where the luminous beings, entities of pure light and wisdom, taught, guided, and uplifted, spreading knowledge and compassion across the multiverse, their minds connected to a vast, benevolent consciousness. They were teachers, guides, bringers of light. And then I saw myself. Not as I was now, but as I had been before the crash, before the descent. I saw my mission, my purpose. I was an explorer, a surveyor, a scout from a distant civilization, sent to map uncharted sectors of space. My ship, battered and broken, had been caught in an unknown anomaly, pulled through a rift, and crash-landed here in this impossible world. I saw my home world, a vibrant, living planet teeming with life, connected to the stars by vast, intricate networks of light and energy. My people, a curious, peaceful race, eager to explore, to understand, to connect with other forms of life across the cosmos. I understood now. This world, this impossible place, was not just a series of random, terrifying environments. It was a nexus, a confluence of realities, a living map of different cosmic principles, different forms of life, different states of matter and energy. It was a university, a crucible, a testing ground, created by the ancient, benevolent starlight beings to understand, to learn, and to challenge those who stumbled into its depths. My journey was a test, a trial, to see if I, a simple mortal from a distant world, could adapt, could survive, could understand, could connect with the vast, alien tapestry of existence. The haunting melody from the sphere swelled, reaching a crescendo of profound beauty and sorrow, encompassing all these memories, all these truths, all this understanding. It was the song of the universe itself, the symphony of creation and destruction, of life and death, of light and shadow, of everything and nothing. And then the sphere projected one final image into my mind. It was an image of the very core of this nexus, a single point of absolute, profound energy, a seed of creation nestled deep within this infinite white realm. It was the source of all the realms, all the life forms, all the impossible energies I had encountered. It was the nexus of all existence, the place where all realities converged. And it was calling to me, not with words, but with a silent, primal hum, a magnetic pull that resonated deep within my soul. The sphere's light began to dim, its melody softening, becoming a distant echo. The images faded, leaving me alone in the infinite white, filled with an overwhelming understanding and a profound sense of purpose. My journey was not just for survival anymore. It was for understanding. To reach that core, to truly comprehend the heart of this impossible world, and perhaps to find my way home. I looked around the infinite white space. No discernible path, no clear direction, just the lingering echoes of the melody and the profound, silent hum of the core pulling me towards it. I took a step, then another, guided by an intuition that transcended my physical senses. The white light parted before me, a path appearing as I walked, stretching into the boundless expanse. It was not a physical path, but a pathway of pure intent, of pure understanding. I walked for what felt like hours, or perhaps days, through the infinite white, my mind clear, my purpose unwavering. The haunting melody grew fainter, replaced by the subtle, insistent hum of the core, growing stronger with every step. The pure white began to subtly shift, taking on faint, shimmering hues like a pearl catching the light. It was imperceptible at first, but gradually the colors deepened, becoming more vibrant, more distinct. Blues, greens, reds, yellows, swirling and merging, creating a living tapestry of light that stretched into the distance. I was entering another transition, another phase. The hum of the core was now a powerful vibration, resonating through my entire body, a primal pulse of energy. I could feel its immense power, its raw potential drawing me in. And then through the shimmering, colored expanse, I saw it. A colossal structure, unlike anything I had seen before. It was not built, nor grown, nor formed of light or shadow. It was an anomaly, a phenomenon, a living paradox of energy and matter. It was a vast, crystalline spire, easily a mile high, piercing the infinite white. Its surface was not smooth, but a chaotic, beautiful explosion of countless, perfectly formed crystals of every conceivable size and color, each one glowing with an internal light. They pulsed and flashed independently, creating a dazzling, ever-shifting mosaic of pure, raw energy. The spire hummed with a primal energy, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated through the very fabric of reality. It was chaotic, beautiful, overwhelming. This was the core, the nexus, the heart of this impossible world. As I approached, I could see that the spire was not a single, solid structure. It was composed of countless smaller crystals, constantly shifting, growing, and reforming, a living, breathing monument of pure energy. Tendrils of raw light, like living veins, pulsed and snaked across its surface, connecting the different crystal formations, channeling power through its immense form. The air around it crackled with static electricity, and a palpable sense of raw, untamed power emanated from it, making my hair stand on end. Yet it was not hostile. It was wild, primal, but also intensely beautiful, a testament to the fundamental forces of the universe. I felt a strong pull towards it, an undeniable urge to touch it, to immerse myself in its chaotic beauty, to understand its raw power. It was the ultimate destination, the final challenge. As I got closer, I noticed something else. Along the base of the spire, nestled between the colossal crystal formations, were openings. Not carved doors, but natural fissures, dark gaps in the glowing crystal, leading into the heart of the structure. They beckoned, dark and mysterious, promising deeper secrets, ultimate truths. My journey had brought me to the very core of this impossible world. All the previous realms, all the beings, all the challenges had led me here, to this colossal, living crystal spire, the nexus of all realities. I stood before one of the dark openings, the hum of the spire vibrating through me, the raw energy palpable. This was the final descent, the final plunge into the unknown. The ultimate truth awaited within. I stood before one of the dark openings, the hum of the spire vibrating through me, the raw energy palpable. This was the final descent, the final plunge into the unknown. The ultimate truth awaited within. The opening wasn't a mere crack. It was a gaping maw in the crystal, jagged and irregular, leading into a darkness so profound it seemed to absorb the ambient light of the spire itself. No glowing moss here, no internal luminescence, just an absolute void that swallowed everything. A powerful low thrum emanated from within, a sound that vibrated not in my ears, but in the very core of my being, echoing the primal energy of the spire. It was a call, an irresistible draw. I stepped inside. The darkness was immediate and absolute, pressing in from all sides. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The raw energy of the spire, so palpable outside, became diffused here, a subtle vibration in the air, a faint metallic taste on my tongue. The floor beneath my feet was rough, uneven crystal, cool to the touch, and seemed to slope downwards. I extended my hands, feeling for walls, but found only empty space, vast and cavernous. My heart pounded, a lone frantic drum in the suffocating silence. Even with all I had seen, this absolute darkness was unnerving. It felt like being swallowed by the earth itself, buried alive in a tomb of pure energy. I shuffled forward, 1 foot at a time, my arms outstretched, trying to navigate the unseen terrain. Then a faint light, not a natural glow, but a sudden, brilliant flash of pure, unadulterated white light exploded deep within the cavern, momentarily blinding me. It was so intense it burned behind my eyelids even when I squeezed them shut. The flash was accompanied by a tremendous echoing crack that reverberated through the crystal, shaking the very ground beneath me. I stumbled back, gasping, my hands flying up to shield my eyes. What was that? A precursor to something, a burst of raw energy from the spire's heart. When my vision slowly returned, the cavern was still pitch black. The flash was gone, leaving only phantom afterimages dancing in my eyes. But the crack, the sound of it lingered, a strange echo that seemed to resonate within the crystals. I moved forward again, more cautiously this time, my senses on high alert. Another flash, another deafening crack, this time closer. It illuminated, for a split second, a vast, complex network of crystalline structures twisting and intertwining around me. They were not static, but seemed to writhe, covered in fine, glowing fissures like veins of pure energy. The ground was littered with shards of fractured crystal, some glowing faintly, others completely dark. This wasn't a stable chamber. This was a place of constant creation and destruction, a crucible where the raw energy of the spire was forged and broken. The flashes and cracks continued, becoming more frequent, more powerful, closer and closer. Each burst of light revealed more of the chaotic, terrifying beauty of the cavern. Colossal crystal formations that pierced the unseen ceiling, vast chasms opening in the floor, pulsating streams of raw energy flowing like rivers of liquid light. It was magnificent, but terrifying, like standing in the heart of a cosmic storm. I pressed on, propelled by a primal urge to reach the absolute center, the true core. The sheer chaos was overwhelming, threatening to shatter my sanity. The light bursts were disorienting, the cracking sounds deafening. I felt small, vulnerable, amidst this titanic display of universal power. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet gave way. With a choked cry, I plunged downwards, a whirlwind of fragmented crystal and blinding light. I hit something hard, bounced, and tumbled, my body screaming in protest. The air was ripped from my lungs. Pain flared across my ribs, my head, my limbs. I felt blood bloom on my forehead, warm and sticky. I landed in a heap on a relatively flat surface, dazed, disoriented, my ears ringing. My body refused to move. The flashes and cracks continued, but now they seemed more distant, muffled. I was in another chamber, deeper still. I pushed myself up, groaning, my head spinning. I was in a large, circular cavern, bathed in a soft, constant, pulsing crimson light. It wasn't a flash. It was a pervasive glow that seemed to emanate from the very air, painting everything in shades of deep red. The walls, floor, and ceiling were made of massive, interlocking plates of smooth, dark obsidian, unlike the chaotic crystals above. But this obsidian was not inert. It was covered in a network of faint, glowing crimson lines, pulsating in sync with the ambient light. It was reminiscent of the obsidian chamber, but infused with a raw, almost violent energy. In the center of this crimson chamber, suspended in midair, was a colossal, pulsating heart, but it was not organic like the one I had encountered before. This was a heart of pure, solidified energy, a glowing sphere of churning crimson plasma, contained within a translucent, crystalline shell. It pulsed with a heavy, rhythmic throb, a deep, resonant bum-bum that vibrated through the floor and up into my very bones, filling the chamber with a profound, almost painful pressure. This was the true engine, the driving force of the spire. From this plasma heart, countless thick tendrils of crimson light, like living arteries, extended outwards, embedding themselves into the obsidian walls, powering the glowing lines. They pulsed, contracting and expanding with each beat, carrying raw energy through the chamber. The air was hot, heavy, and thick with the smell of ozone and something metallic, like blood mixed with iron. It was a potent, visceral environment, a place of immense, untamed power. As I took in my surroundings, something else materialized in the crimson light. They weren't shadows or light beings or elemental forms. These were beings of pure, solidified sound. They coalesced from the ambient crimson glow, their forms shimmering into existence. They were humanoid, taller and broader than me, their bodies appearing to be made of countless vibrating, crimson energy waves, constantly rippling and reforming. They had no distinct features, but their forms seemed to be outlined by subtle, internal flickers of light, like echoes of their own sonic resonance. There were perhaps a dozen of them, silently drifting around the plasma heart, their forms pulsing in rhythm with its beat. They seemed to be absorbing the raw energy, their bodies subtly changing, growing larger, more substantial with each throb. Then one of them, larger and more intensely crimson than the others, detached itself from the group. It drifted towards me, its form rippling and expanding, its silent presence radiating a potent, aggressive energy. My blood ran cold. This was different. There was no serene curiosity, no silent understanding. This felt hostile. The air around it crackled with an unseen force, a premonition of impact. The sound being stopped a few feet away, its rippling form looming over me. Its presence was like a physical wall, pressing in, threatening to crush me. And then it spoke. Not with words, but with a sudden, deafening roar that vibrated through the chamber, shattering the oppressive silence. It wasn't a sound heard by my ears, but a vibration that ripped through my entire body, shaking my bones, rattling my teeth, and threatening to tear my very being apart. I collapsed to my knees, clutching my head, screaming, though no sound escaped my lips amidst the sonic assault. It was agonizing, pure auditory torture, a wave of sonic energy designed to incapacitate, to destroy. The crimson chamber pulsed faster, the heart's beat intensifying, fueling the being's assault. This was a test of endurance, a trial by vibration. I couldn't fight it. I couldn't run. My body was locked in place, racked with unimaginable pain. Just as I thought my skull would burst, my consciousness unraveling, a sudden, sharp pain flared in my pocket. My hand, despite the overwhelming sonic assault, instinctively reached for it. It was the totem. The small, intricately carved object, still inert, but now vibrating with a frantic energy. And then from within its core, a faint, dark violet shimmer erupted. Not a light, but an absorption, a sudden vacuum of sound and energy. The totem, still in my hand, pulsed with the cold, nullifying energy it had acquired in the obsidian chamber. It wasn't repelling the sound, it was absorbing it. The pain in my head lessened, the sonic assault suddenly muffled, distant, as if a thick barrier had been placed between me and the sound being. The totem was drawing in the violent vibrations, acting as a shield, a silent siphon. The sound being paused, its rippling form momentarily faltering, its roar cut short, as if surprised by the sudden dissipation of its power. Its crimson glow dimmed slightly, its aggressive energy blunted. The other sound beings also stopped their rhythmic pulsing, their forms wavering, their collective attention now focused on the totem in my hand. I gasped for air, pushing myself up, my body still trembling, but the immediate, soul-shattering pain had receded. The totem in my hand was now glowing faintly with a dark violet hue, its cold energy intensified, its surface humming with the absorbed sonic vibrations. It was not just a weapon, not just a key. It was an adaptable conduit, a counterpoint to every extreme, a neutralizer of profound forces. The sound being, though surprised, recovered quickly. It roared again, a deeper, more focused vibration aimed directly at the totem. But this time I was ready. I held the totem forward, focusing my will, willing it to absorb, to nullify. The dark violet glow intensified, creating a small, localized zone of absolute silence around me, a void that devoured the sound being's attack. The entity's raw power crashed against this nullifying shield, dissipating harmlessly, absorbed into the totem's core. The sound being hesitated, its aggressive posture faltering. It seemed to understand that its attacks were useless against this strange object. Its luminous form rippled, then it slowly began to recede, drifting back towards the plasma heart, its crimson glow dimming to a faint pulse. The other sound beings, sensing the futility of aggression, also resumed their silent, rhythmic attendance to the heart. I stood there panting, clutching the subtly pulsing totem, its cold energy now a reassuring hum. My heart still hammered, but a new surge of confidence coursed through me. The totem was proving to be invaluable, not just a tool, but an extension of my will, adapting to the very fabric of this impossible world. I looked at the plasma heart, churning with raw, crimson energy, radiating a potent, untamed power. This was the source of life, destruction, and all primal forces. My gaze then fell upon the obsidian floor. It was crisscrossed with countless faint, glowing crimson lines, forming intricate patterns, like circuits on a vast planetary motherboard. They led not outwards, but inwards, all converging towards the plasma heart. I walked towards the center, following the glowing lines, the totem a cool, comforting weight in my hand. As I approached the plasma heart, its rhythmic bum-bum intensified, vibrating through my entire body, a primal pulse that resonated with the very essence of existence. Beneath the colossal, pulsating heart, nestled into the obsidian floor, was a small, perfectly circular indentation, glowing with a soft crimson light. It was similar to the recess in the light machine, but this one was raw, primal, demanding. I knew what I had to do. The totem had adapted. It was now infused with the cold, nullifying energy of absence, capable of absorbing immense forces. This heart needed balance. I extended the totem, not pointing it, but offering it to the indentation. As it neared, the totem began to shift, its dark violet glow flickering, replaced by a deep, resonant hum, a pulse that resonated with the plasma heart. Its physical form didn't change, but its essence seemed to become a perfect counterpoint, a harmonic balance. I placed the tip of the totem into the crimson indentation. As it made contact, a tremendous, resonant THUMMM echoed through the chamber, deeper and more powerful than anything before. The plasma heart pulsed with a blinding crimson light, flaring outwards, illuminating the entire chamber with a searing, visceral glow. The crimson lines on the obsidian walls pulsed with frantic energy, their patterns shifting, reforming. The sound beings shimmered with renewed vigor, their forms pulsing faster, brighter, their collective attention now focused on the central mechanism with a profound reverence, almost a silent worship. And then the chamber began to change. The smooth, dark obsidian walls began to ripple, not like liquid, but like solidified sound waves. The crimson glow intensified, cycling through shades of red, orange, and deep violet with dazzling speed. The floor vibrated, a powerful rhythmic tremor that spread throughout the vast space. Above me, the vaulted ceiling began to open, not through a thinning of material, but through a gradual shattering of the obsidian, revealing something beyond. It wasn't the cosmic vortex or the golden ceiling. It was a swirling maelstrom of raw, untamed elements, fire, earth, wind, and water, all violently intertwined, a primal soup of cosmic forces. It was like looking into the very moment of creation, the birth of a universe. The central plasma heart, now infused with the totem's balancing energy, began to project a focused beam of pure, incandescent crimson light upwards, directly into the swirling elemental maelstrom above. The beam widened, spreading outwards, opening a pathway, a tunnel of raw elemental energy that stretched into the impossible reaches of cosmic chaos. This was another gateway, a portal. The large sound being, no longer hostile, drifted forward, its form radiating a silent, profound understanding. It extended its shimmering appendage, pointing at the ascending beam of light, then at me. It was my turn to go, to step into the gateway. I looked up at the portal, at the swirling elemental chaos beyond, a pathway to the very foundations of reality. It was terrifying, yet exhilarating. Each step of this journey had been a plunge into the unknown, a journey through impossible realms, each more primal than the last. And now, the raw elements themselves were opening up to me. I approached the ascending beam of crimson light, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and awe. The air around it crackled with raw energy, a faint, almost imperceptible scent of ozone and burning rock filling my nostrils. The totem was still embedded in the central mechanism, a permanent part of this primal machine, its purpose fulfilled. As I stepped into the beam, it felt like stepping into a river of fire and air, yet without burning or being swept away. My body tingled, a gentle, vibrating sensation that spread from my toes to the top of my head. The light embraced me, warm and exhilarating, not blinding. I felt a sense of uplift, a subtle pull upwards, as if I was being gently levitated. The sound beings, the silent attendants of this realm, watched me go, their forms radiating a collective farewell, a silent blessing of protection. I ascended slowly, gracefully, through the tunnel of crimson light, rising higher and higher. The crimson chamber below me began to shrink, becoming a luminous dot in the distance, its glowing mechanism and sound beings receding from view. The elemental maelstrom above me expanded, revealing more of its impossible grandeur, its swirling colors and primal forces. I was floating through a tempest of creation. There was no air, no sound, no sense of gravity, just the pervasive, comforting light that enveloped me, guiding me upwards. I looked down, seeing the luminous crimson chamber, and realized how far I had come, how many impossible worlds I had traversed. I continued to ascend for what felt like an eternity. Time again became meaningless, a forgotten concept. My physical body, usually so heavy and prone to exhaustion, felt weightless, unburdened. My mind, usually so fraught with fear and anxiety, found a strange, profound peace in this elemental journey. The swirling maelstrom of colors and forces began to coalesce, to focus, taking on a new structure. It was like watching a planet form or a star ignite right before my eyes. The individual elements resolved into intricate patterns, not random, but arranged with mathematical precision, forming complex, glowing structures of raw creation. The colors intensified, becoming more vibrant, more alive. They swirled and merged, creating illusions of depth and distance that defied perception. It was beautiful, but also overwhelming, a sensory feast that threatened to shatter my grasp on reality. Then the upward motion slowed, then stopped. I hung suspended in the very heart of this elemental tapestry, a tiny speck amidst impossible grandeur. Around me, the elements were not just distant objects. They were vibrant, tangible forms, shimmering and pulsing with life. I felt as though I was touching them, or perhaps they were touching me. The air, which had been absent, now returned, thin and crisp, carrying a faint, ethereal scent of something utterly unknown, yet strangely familiar, like ancient memories stirred from a deep sleep. And then I saw them. They were not solid, not gaseous, not light, not shadow, not sound. They were beings of pure, solidified memory. They coalesced from the surrounding elemental tapestry, shimmering into existence from the vibrant winds and swirling fires. They were immense, far larger than any being I had encountered, easily hundreds of feet tall, their forms stretching across the elemental landscape. They were vaguely human-like in shape, but ethereal, their bodies composed of countless swirling images, memories, and echoes of events that had transpired across untold millennia. Their faces were serene and majestic, adorned with crowns of pure thought, their eyes like twin universes, radiating an ancient, immeasurable wisdom. There were only a few of them, perhaps 5 or 6, drifting majestically through the elemental void, their movements slow and deliberate like cosmic currents. They radiated an aura of immense cosmic memory, a presence that transcended all understanding. These were truly beings of cosmic scale, older than stars, living libraries of existence. They were watching me, their universe-like eyes, though devoid of individual features, focused on my small, fragile form with a profound, unwavering gaze. I felt no fear from them, no aggression, no curiosity, only a deep, ancient understanding, a cosmic awareness that permeated my very being. I felt like an atom, an insignificant speck of dust, in the presence of gods. These were the true masters of this impossible world, the architects of its infinite realms, the weavers of its strange realities, the keepers of its memories. One of them, the largest and most luminous, drifted closer. Its form was a swirling vortex of ancient images, its head a crown of burning truths. It extended a massive, shimmering appendage, not towards me, but towards a point in the elemental tapestry directly in front of me. And then it spoke. Not with sound, not with words, but with an immense, resonant vibration that echoed through my very soul, a language made of pure thought and cosmic energy. The message was clear, direct, and overwhelmingly powerful. You have traversed the realms. You have faced the trials. You have shown resilience, ingenuity, and courage beyond your fragile form. You have proven worthy. The voice, or rather, the thought vibration, filled my mind, overwhelming my senses. It was ancient, profound, and utterly alien, yet somehow it conveyed a sense of benevolent judgment, a recognition of my journey. This is the nexus, the heart of all realms, and your journey, mortal, is not yet complete. There is one final passage, the path to understanding, the path to the truth. As the memory being spoke, the point in the elemental tapestry it had indicated began to change. The swirling colors intensified, the distant elements coalesced, and a rift opened. Not a door, not a tunnel, but a tear in the fabric of space itself, revealing something beyond. It was pure white, not the brilliant white of the light chamber, nor the blinding white of a sun, but a profound, absolute, pure white, shimmering with an inner light that seemed to contain all colors, all possibilities, and all truths. It was a realm of pure potential, a place where reality itself was fluid. From within this realm of pure white, a faint, almost imperceptible melody began to emanate. It was a simple, repetitive tune, familiar yet utterly unknown, like a forgotten lullaby echoing from the deepest corners of memory. It was beautiful, haunting, and filled with a profound sense of longing. Go, the memory being's thought resonated, its universe-like eyes fixed on me. The final truth awaits, the answer to your questions, the heart of all that is. I was terrified but also profoundly moved. This was it, the culmination of my impossible journey, the ultimate destination. I looked back at the memory beings, silent giants made of galaxies of knowledge, their presence radiating a quiet, ancient power. They were guardians, watchers, perhaps even creators. They had led me to this point. Taking a deep, shaky breath, I turned towards the rift in the elemental tapestry, towards the realm of pure white. The haunting melody grew stronger, pulling me towards it, a siren song of ultimate knowledge. I floated forward, drawn by an invisible current, towards the shimmering white gateway. As I approached, the air grew incredibly still, incredibly pure, and held a faint, sweet scent, like freshly fallen snow mixed with something infinitely old. I passed through the threshold, stepping from the elemental void into the realm of pure white. It was a chamber of infinite dimensions, yet no dimensions. The walls, ceiling, and floor were not there, or rather, they were all one single, continuous expanse of pure, absolute white light. There were no shadows, no discernible edges, no direction. It was a space without boundaries, a realm of pure essence. The air here was cool, crisp, and clean, tasting faintly of ozone and something akin to pure potential. The haunting melody permeated everything, resonating in every particle of this infinite white space. It was the only constant, the only anchor in this boundless realm. I felt no gravity, no weight. I was floating, suspended in the absolute white, my body feeling lighter than air, almost ethereal. My physical form, scarred and battered, felt strangely healed, made whole by the pervasive pure light. My mind, so frayed and exhausted, was clear, focused, and profoundly calm. This was a place of ultimate clarity, of ultimate truth. In the very center of this infinite white space, suspended in midair, was a single object. It was small, no bigger than my hand, and utterly unremarkable in its simplicity. It was a perfectly smooth, unblemished sphere, made of a material that seemed to absorb and emit the pure white light simultaneously. It pulsed, not with visible light, but with an internal, subtle energy that seemed to be the source of the haunting melody. This was the heart of it all, the source, the origin. As I drifted closer, the sphere began to glow more intensely, its inner light flaring, its melody growing louder, more intricate, more profound. It was a song of creation, a melody that contained all the sounds of the universe, compressed into a single, beautiful, haunting tune. And then from within the sphere, a subtle ripple appeared on its surface. It expanded, revealing an inner light, a swirling vortex of colors and energies, like a miniature galaxy contained within. From this vortex, images began to project themselves into my mind, not as static pictures, but as living, breathing memories, flowing with incredible speed and clarity. I saw the Orange Temple not as a ruin, but as it once was, a vibrant, bustling city filled with beings whose forms were shifting and fluid, their minds connected by a vast psychic network, tending to the giant crystal, a source of incredible power and knowledge. They were artists, engineers, philosophers, their lives dedicated to understanding the universe. I saw the blue lake not as a frozen prison, but as a vast, shimmering ocean, teeming with vibrant, bioluminescent life, home to beings of pure energy and thought, who communicated through complex light patterns, creating a living symphony beneath the waves. They were gentle, ancient caretakers of primal energies. I saw the living chamber not as a monstrous organ, but as a colossal, symbiotic organism, a living biofactory, tended by other organic beings, its pulsating heart sustaining an entire ecosystem of flora and fauna, transforming raw energy into new life forms. It was a place of ceaseless biological creation and evolution. I saw the volcanic cavern not as a hellish abyss, but as a forge of creation, a foundry where the magma-skinned guardians, elemental beings of rock and fire, shaped the raw matter of planets, forming moons and stars, their slow, deliberate movements the cosmic dance of planetary formation. They were builders, sculptors of the cosmos. I saw the obsidian chamber not as a void of absence, but as a nexus of potential, where the shadow figures, beings of pure negative energy, balanced the forces of creation and destruction, ensuring equilibrium, absorbing excess energy to prevent cosmic collapse. They were preservers, balancers, the silent arbiters of cosmic entropy. I saw the golden chamber not as an ethereal sanctuary, but as a place of enlightenment, where the luminous beings, entities of pure light and wisdom, taught, guided, and uplifted, spreading knowledge and compassion across the multiverse, their minds connected to a vast, benevolent consciousness. They were teachers, guides, bringers of light. I saw the light machine chamber not as a cold mechanism, but as a grand library, a repository of universal knowledge, where the light beings, sentient constructs of information, processed and disseminated data, maintaining the cosmic archives and ensuring the flow of wisdom throughout the multiverse. They were chroniclers, librarians, weavers of data. I saw the Crimson Heart Chamber, not as a hostile forge, but as a crucible of raw emotion and pure intent, where the sound beings, conduits of primal force, focused and amplified the fundamental energies of creation, shaping reality through pure will and resonating vibration. They were shapers, manifestors, architects of primal energy. And then I saw myself. Not as I was now, but as I had been before the crash, before the descent. I saw my mission, my purpose. I was an explorer, a surveyor, a scout from a distant civilization, sent to map uncharted sectors of space. My ship, battered and broken, had been caught in an unknown anomaly, pulled through a rift, and crash-landed here in this impossible world. I saw my home world, a vibrant, living planet teeming with life, connected to the stars by vast, intricate networks of light and energy. My people, a curious, peaceful race, eager to explore, to understand, to connect with other forms of life across the cosmos. I understood now. This world, this impossible place, was not just a series of random, terrifying environments. It was a nexus, a confluence of realities, a living map of different cosmic principles, different forms of life, different states of matter and energy. It was a university, a crucible, a testing ground, created by the ancient, benevolent starlight beings to understand, to learn, and to challenge those who stumbled into its depths. My journey was a test, a trial. To see if I, a simple mortal from a distant world, could adapt, could survive, could understand, could connect with the vast, alien tapestry of existence. The haunting melody from the sphere swelled, reaching a crescendo of profound beauty and sorrow, encompassing all these memories, all these truths, all this understanding. It was the song of the universe itself, the symphony of creation and destruction, of life and death, of light and shadow, of everything and nothing. And then the sphere projected one final image into my mind. It was an image of the very core of this nexus, a single point of absolute, profound energy, a seed of creation nestled deep within this infinite white realm. It was the source of all the realms, all the life forms, all the impossible energies I had encountered. It was the nexus of all existence, the place where all realities converged. And it was calling to me, not with words, but with a silent, primal hum, a magnetic pull that resonated deep within my soul. The sphere's light began to dim, its melody softening, becoming a distant echo. The images faded, leaving me alone in the infinite white, filled with an overwhelming understanding and a profound sense of purpose. My journey was not just for survival anymore. It was for understanding, to reach that core, to truly comprehend the heart of this impossible world, and perhaps to find my way home. I looked around the infinite white space. No discernible path, no clear direction, just the lingering echoes of the melody and the profound, silent hum of the core pulling me towards it. I took a step, then another, guided by an intuition that transcended my physical senses. The white light parted before me, a path appearing as I walked, stretching into the boundless expanse. It was not a physical path, but a pathway of pure intent, of pure understanding. I walked for what felt like hours, or perhaps days, through the infinite white, my mind clear, my purpose unwavering. The haunting melody grew fainter, replaced by the subtle, insistent hum of the core, growing stronger with every step. The pure white began to subtly shift, taking on faint, shimmering hues like a pearl catching the light. It was imperceptible at first, but gradually the colors deepened, becoming more vibrant, more distinct. Blues, greens, reds, yellows, swirling and merging, creating a living tapestry of light that stretched into the distance. I was entering another transition, another phase. The hum of the core was now a powerful vibration, resonating through my entire body, a primal pulse of energy. I could feel its immense power, its raw potential drawing me in. And then through the shimmering, colored expanse, I saw it. A colossal structure, unlike anything I had seen before. It was not built, nor grown, nor formed of light or shadow. It was an anomaly, a phenomenon, a living paradox of energy and matter. It was a vast, crystalline spire, easily a mile high, piercing the infinite white. Its surface was not smooth, but a chaotic, beautiful explosion of countless, perfectly formed crystals of every conceivable size and color, each one glowing with an internal light. They pulsed and flashed independently, creating a dazzling, ever-shifting mosaic of pure, raw energy. The spire hummed with a primal energy, a low, resonant thrum that vibrated through the very fabric of reality. It was chaotic, beautiful, overwhelming. This was the core, the nexus, the heart of this impossible world. As I approached, I could see that the spire was not a single, solid structure. It was composed of countless smaller crystals, constantly shifting, growing, and reforming, a living, breathing monument of pure energy. Tendrils of raw light, like living veins, pulsed and snaked across its surface, connecting the different crystal formations, channeling power through its immense form. The air around it crackled with static electricity, and a palpable sense of raw, untamed power emanated from it, making my hair stand on end. Yet it was not hostile. It was wild, primal, but also intensely beautiful, a testament to the fundamental forces of the universe. I felt a strong pull towards it, an undeniable urge to touch it, to immerse myself in its chaotic beauty, to understand its raw power. It was the ultimate destination, the final challenge. As I got closer, I noticed something else. Along the base of the spire, nestled between the colossal crystal formations, were openings. Not carved doors, but natural fissures, dark gaps in the glowing crystal, leading into the heart of the structure. They beckoned, dark and mysterious, promising deeper secrets, ultimate truths. My journey had brought me to the very core of this impossible world. All the previous realms, all the beings, all the challenges had led me here, to this colossal, living crystal spire, the nexus of all realities. I stood before one of the dark openings, the hum of the spire vibrating through me, the raw energy palpable. This was the final descent, the final plunge into the unknown. The ultimate truth awaited within. I stepped into the fissure, a raw cut in the base of the living crystal spire. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of ozone and something akin to scorched earth, mingled with a strange, sweet mineral tang. Unlike the previous darkness of the outer chamber, this interior was dimly lit by a pervasive, flickering blue light, emanating from the crystal walls themselves. The light pulsed erratically, casting grotesque, shifting shadows that danced around me like phantoms. The passage was narrow and winding, the floor uneven, made of rough, unpolished crystal that grated under my boots. The walls were alive, constantly shifting, subtly expanding and contracting, the blue light within them flaring and dimming in sync with the spire's deep, resonant thrum. It felt like walking through the veins of a colossal, living organism, its heart beating all around me. The hum intensified here, resonating deep within my bones, a primal vibration that filled every cell of my body. It was not uncomfortable, but powerful, an almost overwhelming sensation of pure, untamed energy. The static electricity in the air crackled around me, making my hair stand on end, a constant reminder of the raw power that permeated this place. As I moved deeper, the passage began to widen, opening into a series of interconnected caverns. These were not smooth, perfectly formed chambers, but chaotic, labyrinthine spaces, dominated by immense, jagged crystal formations that jutted from the floor, walls, and ceiling at impossible angles. They were colossal, their surfaces glistening with moisture, reflecting the flickering blue light in a dizzying array of dazzling flashes. These crystals were not inert, they were growing. I could hear it now, a subtle, grinding, groaning sound, the slow, inexorable process of geological formation on a cosmic scale. Smaller crystals were visibly pushing their way out of the larger formations, cracking and splitting with soft, popping sounds. Dust, fine as flour, coated everything, shimmering in the erratic light.